Yet again, I recorded without my camera working. Long story short, I'm continuing my binary C++ library in C++ for binary stuff in C++. Why am I doing it? For XFBin files. I'm not going to go into much detail, but it's a proprietary format for video games by CyberConnect 2, and it is binary encoded. So since C++ doesn't really have good standard library tooling for dealing with binary encoded data, I'm making my own library for it. I don't know if there are other libraries out there that are already good, but when I looked a while ago, I didn't really find any. So now I'm making this, and for learning purposes, I will continue making it. So yeah, so I was doing it yesterday as well, last night in a different video, in the previous video, and I'm gonna continue. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is really just figure out what I want the API to be. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to first, I'm going to code my NUCC, so this NUCC this NUCC CPP library is for the XFBin files, which I just mentioned. That's the proprietary whatever. And this is start, by the way. Damn, why is the zoom here different? Okay, was the zoom accident? So I'm going to. Yeah, so since I need this library, the binary one, for this library, I'm going to first use this. I'm gonna type out, I'm gonna code what I want this to do in this, and then implement it from there. I'm gonna focus on the API first, the front-facing API, and then implement that, if that makes sense. So first I need to make sure this is actually up to date. I believe it is. I'm just going to check my other laptop real quick, because right now I'm on Arch on my ThinkPad, but I also have this laptop here, which is a Lenovo ThinkPad, an Asus VivoBook, and that's where I used to do all my programming on, but now I've switched to Arch, just because Arch is just, I don't know, just I actually just like it more. Having the Linux experience, it pairs well with other things. So I'm just gonna make sure that this is actually up to date, so I can then clone it. So CPP library. Let's git status that. God, it's so laggy. Even just to open PowerShell, whereas on Arch, it's instant. It's literally instant. So git stat. Oh my god, I can't even type in this dumbass keyboard either. It is ahead. Okay, so that's. Wait, no, nothing to commit. So I'll push. Okay, I don't know what actually changed. It looks like I made a commit, but I didn't actually update it 3 days ago. Okay, nice. Yeah, so I made a commit, but I didn't actually publish it, push it. How silly. So 3 days ago, you can see I have update latest. Was it 3 days ago? That's crazy. Wow, was it really 3 days? Cause 3 days ago, I just quickly pushed the stuff. I didn't know it was that recent. That's crazy. Time does not fly. So yeah. So let me just get straight into it. So let's go ahead and clone this then. Got the URL here. Doing this window, I guess. Right. So CD projects. That's my projects folder. You can see I got my projects here. Not many right now because I haven't cloned all of them, but we're going to git clone this. Right, whoopsie daisy. Don't know why I did it twice. .git. Fucking hell. Okay, let me try this again. Actually, I guess I don't need the .git. Okay, good. Clear that. It's there. Yep. Cool. So let's roll again. I luckily forgot what my plan even is for this. So for those who don't know, the XFBin itself is just a file. It's a container file. But it also contains other things. I guess as you'd expect. Think of how a zip file can contain PNGs and whatnot. The XFBin file is kind of like that, but for games. Because you want to wrap textures, compress them and whatnot, and package them and etc. So yeah, so there's a question of, do I want this library to only handle the XFBin itself, or should it also handle the subfiles? The answer is that I will not handle the subfiles, but maybe I will. I don't know. Either way, I need to start with the actual XFBin xfbin format first. So, how's it even set up? Do I even have to build? No, okay. So yeah, so git ignore, it should be working here. What modules do I even have? I'm using my binary library. There you go. And yeah, that's it. That's the only dependency right now. So let's go into, well, actually, so I got my source, right? Which is the implementation of the header stuff. And then I have my include, which has not much right now. In fact, it's literally just the xfbin header, because I did start a new, so. Okay, so let's open this in new vim, go to my include, xfbin, oh, that was a folder. So I got my error and my xfbin. I did like, oh crap, what's this? I've got different colors now, it seems. I'm using like a different tree sitter, I think. No, I'm using, I actually can't remember. I don't know why the colors are different than usual, but I'm not complaining. Yeah, usually this orange stuff is a different color. I mean, that's basically the only difference, but it's interesting. So I created this whole like error handling system, but I want to change it yet again to this. Like, I should really be using visitor syntax. Sorry, visitor pattern, like the visitor pattern, whatever. And I know it isn't like the loveliest to use, but it's the most future-proof, because once pattern matching is added, this will just basically just be made more ergonomic, whatever, right? So I should probably play into that. So this library kind of just like naturally works like that. Right now I'm doing some like other kind of method where like you do I have any examples even on my thing here? No. Like it's like I thought I had examples. Hold on. Maybe in like a testing file on my local thing. But like you would like check like, okay, what's the code here? Basically a tagged union, right? A tagged union, which you know, it works, but like you have to like check via like the enum, like, okay, which code is it? If it's this one, then unwrap this and do this and do this and do this, and like it's okay, like it works, but it's not very. It's not the best. I think the best, like the most idiomatic C++ way to do it would be to do the visitor pattern. So I want to implement that. I guess I'll implement it. To do it, I won't do it now, but I'll do it later, and I'll do it for my binary library as well. So let's go to my xfbin file here. Hook this to, okay, hook this there. Also zoom in so you can actually see what I'm doing. Right, so my class xfbin got this constant here, file signature. I'm not even sure why it's necessarily public. Well, why not? Default constructor and destructor, because I'm using static constructors instead as functions, because these ones can actually return. By the way, constructors suck in my opinion. They're good for like passing in like function arguments, like if it's that kind of thing, you know. Where it's like if I have a function that takes an int that I pass 5 and like that triggers the int constructor, fair enough. But if it's like constructing from like a file path or something, then you should not use a constructor. You should use a function that can actually return an error. So I've got read from path, read from span, read from pointer. Right. Yeah, these names as well, like read from path, or like should it be load from path? Like I don't know, like it's hard to say. I don't know why I'm looking at my monitor. The camera's here. I'm trying to look at the camera. Yes, make sure my camera's not covering anything important. I'm covering this. Might activate Linux, but don't tell Linus Torvalds, or else he will suspend my Arch distro. So is comment working? Yep, nice. So these are commented out because they're currently not implemented. Yeah, I am refactoring, so like there's a lot here that isn't currently enabled. Just return. Yeah, this should probably be no discard. Okay. Yep. So static auto refactor path, and so on and so forth. So these are the constructors, and then down at the bottom I have the actual parse function. So let's go into exifbin.cpp, the C++ implementation file. I'm using binary types. This is outdated. This should now be using namespace Kojo type abbreviations. This is from the binary library, although it's not obvious because I'm not really including it, but like, yeah, it's there. And this just actually do like U32, U64, SV for string view, byte instead of standard byte. Yeah, so that's fine. Using it in a CPP file is fine for a library because this stuff doesn't get included. Yeah, so the first thing would be to remove this, right? Like, you can see how it's converting my Kojo binary errors to exifbin errors, which I mean, like, it's fine, but like, it's just like, I don't know, man. I could probably just return a, well, I don't know. I will come back to that. But like, this is already like an issue with the enum approach, because like you can't like easily extend the tagged union. Then I've got a read from path, read from span, read from pointer. What these do is they just different ways to pass data to the exifbin. So like if I have exifbin data, obviously the main one would be, since it's game files, I'd be loading it from the files, right? But maybe you already have it open. Maybe you're reading it from memory. That's possible, especially for modding. If you want to hijack the memory live, then you might want to do that. So hence you have reading from a span and from a pointer as well. A span is just a fat pointer, so a pointer with a size, and is convertible from like a vector, an array, whatever. It all works. So that's great. Here you can see they're just aliases, whereas here we're constructing a Kojo binary object and then parsing that data. And this does stay in scope, which is good. Parse will actually create an exifbin, or at least it should. Yeah. It returns an expected of an exifbin or an exifbin error. So this going out of scope at the end is correct. This binary should be discarded. If anything, the data should be moved. Well, no, because it's parsed, so it's fine. So yeah, so that's just that. I don't know if you get any errors here. Yeah, we do. Okay, so for here with the Kojo binary, we're doing that right. So first of all, load should be load from path. I know like this looks redundant, but I really don't like overloading unless it's like traits. It's like in Rust, for instance, like if I want to be able to do some class, I don't know, like class foo plus. Okay, well, like let's say I have like two classes, right? Like foo and bar, right? And I have two instances of these classes, foo and bar, and I want to do foo plus bar, right? Rather in C++ you do like operator plus, right? And then like overload it, foo A, bar B, and then like write the logic there. Whereas for Rust, you have traits, so you would just, so instead of overloading the function directly, you would instead implement, right? So is it foo impl bar? I can't remember. Like, let's say like the thing is like foo impl plus, right? So like for foo implement plus, let's say it was that, and then you could have the function to do so. So like the add function, which has an alias, which is the plus operator, and then that would happen. So like in this case, okay, yeah. So like that's like the only way I do like operator overloading, because like when you do it, or just overloading in general, because you're saying like this is this, but it's like implemented in this way. That's when I like overloading. And it's not even really overloading. I mean, like it is, but like it's the same arguments, it's the same return type as well. So like the signature is the same, which is good as well. It's just the implementation which is different. That's the kind of overloading I like. What I don't like is value based, like signature overloading. So like in this case, right, I mean, for my binary, like, right, my binary class, let's say I can load from, wait, am I using namespace Kojo? I am. So I can remove this as well, just do binary. So like, why am I, okay, so like for my binary class, you can load from path, you can load from a pointer, you can load from a span, right? All these are options, and I could just have them all just be load, and then like this would infer it. So like if I pass a path, it's that. If I pass a span, it's that. If I pass nothing, it's that. But like I don't know. I feel like having it explicit is it's just better for like reading. Like obviously like it saves you time, and like I guess some redundancy, because like I hear them doing load from path, right? It's like, oh, how redundant. But like if I just have this, then like it's less clear to the person reading it, and I do value the person who's reading it more. So I don't know. It's a very interesting argument. I know that Rust doesn't support overloading. Java does support overloading. I only mentioned Java because I'm learning it in university, and it makes a whole case for not having implicit stuff going on, and yet overloading exists. I find it a bit strange. It has that, but it doesn't have that. But whatever. Yeah. So like load from path, I think is correct though. Like, yeah, you could like binary load path name, or like binary load thingy, but it's like, I could just like, yeah, I don't know. But I guess at the end of the day, they both return the same thing, and like they both do the same thing. So maybe load from path, right? Like load. Load from path, load from like someone else, was like a vector, load from pointer, right? And like it means that if I want to change this, it's as simple as just changing it. Like let's say I change from this like path, and let's say for whatever reason, like I'm using some other library, or like some other use case where like, okay, we're now going to be loading from a span. So I'll just do this, and like this is, and like then this is completely unaffected. It's the exact same output. The only difference is this, because like the return type is the same. Like it's still an expected XFIN or an XFIN error, and like yes, there may be different errors you can get depending on the input, but like whatever the case, you should still be handling all possible cases of XFIN. Like you should have like some kind of handle function to do that. So honestly, in this case, by that logic, I think I can justify not. Yeah, okay, so in this case, I guess overloading actually is okay. Because like, it's more convenient if you want to like hot swap this for something else, and it's also more convenient. Oh, sorry, and it also doesn't inconvenience you in any way for the return type. Like the way you handle it is the exact same. Right, like nothing changes like here, like this would be the exact same. The only thing that changes is, well, nothing. Like nothing changes. It's just you deciding to change the input because you want to like load it from some other source. So in that case, very long-winded way of doing this, of saying this, but for that reason, actually, I think I am okay with overloading for this particular instance. There are other cases where I don't like overloading, and maybe I'll see that later. But for this, I think it's fine. So let's have load from. You could say just like load path, like load a path. Like, what does that mean? Like to load a path, like load a file. Like fine, like I'm just loading the file. Like no, like I'm loading from the file. Like you know. Like I'm taking the file and like I'm loading from it into my own different class. I'm transforming that data. Whereas load is just like, okay, like you load the path. Cool. The path is now, well, like it's loaded. Other words could be like read from path, read from file. But like really like it's storing it. It's storing the data. So like so like let's, how about this for like an approach? How about we first start with the most like literal thing, and I work from there. So like really it's binary, and it's like load internal data, I mean, load is so ambiguous though. Like we're taking take data from input, right, and store within self. Like this is the full name, right? Like that's what it's doing. Now, if we were to simplify this, then take it for input and store within self. So like store sticks out here, right? Like store data, store from, right? Like I mean, take data from input is already implied in the function arguments, so we can remove this part. And like store within self, like self is already kind of implicit here, like it's obvious. Store within, again, like within self. Yeah, so like store. Yeah, store. Huh, that's an interesting way of naming stuff. Start at like the function and then like kind of just break it down to what the like, well not break it down, but like whittle it down to like the core concept, so it's like not verbose. So store path. Now again, like here, like we're not storing the path, like we're taking the data. So like store data from still. Store data from path. And because data can be made implicit here, we can just say store from. And I like this. So like instead of loading from the path, we're storing from the path. Store from path, store from file, store from whatever, right? Because like load is really ambiguous. I like store. We're storing the data. I mean, again, like store data from. But also, this is a, like, yeah, it's a constructor, but like it's storing from, it's returning a new binary object. Like store sounds like it's taking it and then like putting it into its existing self. In this case, it's creating itself from it, right? So I could even say binary. Okay, so here, I think, funny I mentioned this, I think in Rust they use create keyword. Like if I want to do like a vector, I think it's vec create, or is it vec new? It's either create or new. But I think, yeah, I think create from makes more sense, because I'm creating a binary object from this data. That makes more sense. Because like again, like store sounds like I'm storing it in like, you know, like you have a safe and like you store objects inside the safe, right? In this case, I'm constructing the safe from the objects, from the input. So I'm creating from. So yeah, create from path, create. And then again, like create by itself, you're like, okay, like, well, I'm creating a path, I'm creating a file. No, like I'm not. I'm creating from. Binary create from. Like really, it'd be create, you know, binary from. But I have the binary here, so binary create from path. Other words for create could be like init from, whatever. But I think that's what Rust uses. Rust vec constructor. It might be new, and like I know new is like quite idiomatic in C as well. Yeah, okay, no, so it is new. Also from, vec from. Ooh, okay, actually in that case, I guess like create is also like can be argued as implicit. Sorry, again, look at the camera. So I could just do binary from path instead. I like this. Okay, so how's this work? So in Rust, they do vec new for empty, is that right? And then you use from if you want to pass it data. Okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, so clearly the guys who made Rust, they put a lot of thought into that, and they chose a very good option. So binary from, right? Because like we are creating a binary object from path. Perfect, right? I mean, like I guess I like ideally be like create or like new binary from, right? But otherwise, this is fine. So let's have a look at this. I just want to verify this. What is the Rust pattern slash what's like another name for like a pattern, like what was it called? Like the Rust way, the Rust idiom? What? Approach? Whatever. What's the Rust pattern for creating new objects, or like creating new instances? of a class. I know it doesn't have constructors, so what does it have? I mean, it might have constructors, but let me just check that. Yeah, static methods. So okay, so conventionally, okay, so you can do like new 3-4. Also, builder pattern is common apparently. Okay, and it's also from, and into. And that's for, okay, yeah, so Rust uses new to like construct a thing. So like a new, like, okay, give it 3, give it 4, whatever, like that makes sense, right? Whereas if you want to convert from another type, you use from. So string from hello, because hello is, believe it or not, it's not a string, it's a, like, well, like it's not a capital S string, it's a static stir. I guess you could call it that. Okay. Also, the from and into, by the way, are traits, which I found was very cool as well. So like you don't have to like explicitly define this, you just implement it for different types, which is cool. But yeah, so I guess I guess I just use from then, right? So I'm creating a binary object from this path, or from this file, from this span, from this pointer, right? I'm taking this and I'm converting it. So I think that's okay. And also, just by convention, I use maybe data. You could like shorten this to like M data, but that's already kind of a, well, you can see here that it like the syntax highlighter already makes it special. It made it like it made it a slightly different color, because by convention in C++, M underscore means it's a member variable, so that will not fly. It could be like MB, I guess, but like maybe is fine. Nothing wrong with that. So I have data, maybe data, and then if it is, then I take the value. I think that's a pretty good pattern. I do wonder what other options exist though. Also for into, by the way, binary into. How's that work? I haven't used that one a whole lot in Rust yet. Build boiling.into. Oh, I see. So like it will implicitly convert. Yeah, that's cool. Yes, so from and into, right? I guess I would have used in the past just like to, like just to, but into makes it the same length as from, so I do like that more. String to string, no op, pretty cool, I guess. So, what was my other question? Since Rust uses result types, there's a lot of, well, I imagine there's a lot of storing some results in a maybe variable. What is, oh, convention, that's the word. What is a convention for, well, conventional naming for these kinds of variables? I mean, mind you, in Rust, like you can just patch and match directly, like let if, which is perfect. So you don't do it that often, but in C++ you definitely do it often, because we don't have that kind of syntax. Like here, I can't just like directly match the result type here. I have to actually, like if this is Rust, I do like let if auto, like whatever, like let if xfbin, I guess, like that. Like something like that, but C++ doesn't have that yet, so. File question mark? Wait, what? Oh, they shadow it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, shadowing is cool. Or here, just use a question mark, right? Maybe foo results. Okay. I'm only curious because although I know this doesn't come up much in Rust, it certainly does, can't spell, it certainly does in C++ when using standard optional and standard expected. Maybe foo or error, foo results, opt foo, Hungarianish style. Okay, expected foo. Okay, so I think maybe foo is widely used. If there's anything I would trust AI to be correct with, it is convention, because like I feel like it's like read a lot of code bases. I would know this kind of thing. Opt, exp, res. Okay. So like instead of maybe data, I could do like result data, but like that's just weird. Like what do you mean result data? Opt data, like optional data. Also sounds weird. Expected data also sounds weird. I think maybe it's just the most idiomatic. It's just like actually reading it. Here I do auto because it will return a standard expected binary or binary error. So just do auto. If not that, I could actually combine this. Well, no, I can't because this is here, isn't it? But like one thing you could do is if like do this. If not, ooh, no, you can't define it. No, you can't define it. Yeah, okay, so it's a bit hacky. Anyway, just like thinking like to like combine these two things into one line would be kind of useful sometimes. But then I couldn't access it here, right? I mean, I guess I could like in an else branch, but then like I have to write else, right? Which is quite verbose. Mind you, I guess I could do like if not auto maybe data equals binary from path. I mean like already it looks quite like hacky to read, and then have this there, and then just then like else. Oh no, but then I can't like define this here. Yeah, because again like it won't be in scope. Just a thought. Anyway, so yeah, so I take auto maybe data here. I do if it's not there, right? If maybe data not maybe data, can't speak. If not maybe data, then return standard unexpected. In this case, I'm converting the error straight to an xf bin error, depending on what the error type is. But really, I should be using the visitor pattern. The cool thing is I can define. I think I can define this manual like as a recurring thing. How's this work? Have a look. Standard visit. Whoopsie daisy. CPP reference is back, by the way. WCPP reference. Welcome back. Ian, did it change its domain? I mean, I like changed its thing. So like now it says English here. Is there Spanish? Whoops. Ah, cool. I think that's new. Let's have like a quick look at the latest news. I'm not really aware of that. Took a while, but we're back. Have there always been other languages like that? I guess so. Yeah, it's cool. So anyway, is this new as well? Okay, I swear this stuff is new. Am I tripping? It's cool that I can see the different versions. What's diff? What? Surely this didn't exist back then. Exposition only. What does that mean? Okay, anyway, define a variant. So here's an example. You create you create the helper type, the overloaded helper type. This I think will be made, what's the word? Made standard soon. So you won't need to do this manually, but oh, okay. So this is not needed for C++ 20 plus, but this is. Okay, so I mean, yeah. So we start by defining this. You should define it in the library header though. So this should actually just already be in the library. So that's okay. Then we have this Here's a visitor here. A void visitor, sure. Why would you do this? I mean, I guess he's just like context expert. Like, why does this need to be here? This one makes more sense because you're overloading, which is kind of why you'd use it. But I don't know why you'd use it here because this is just one function. A lambda that handles each type differently, or you can have overloading for operators. Okay, so standard visit is a function, first of all. So how would I like have this first object? How would I store that so I can like call it? Or I guess I call a function, wouldn't I? Yeah. So okay. So the pattern I want to do is this. Overloaded. Okay. Without overloaded, what is it? It's just a lambda. Right, but the overloaded takes multiple lambdas and overloads them. I mean, I guess it says here, right? It takes t's and something. I don't know. Okay. But I guess what I would do is this then. So I'd create my own custom thingy. Like xfbin error. Do like this actually. So we'll do from, which I think makes sense. And then we take so from a Kojo binary error. Again, we don't need these names here. Capital B, binary. Ooh, is it binary error? I think it's binary error now, as a separate class. So from binary error, we're going to not switch. We're going to use a visitor pattern. Why was this indented so high? Must be a mistake. So we'll do so standard visit, right? Whoops, with overloaded. Let's just assume that's already been defined in the file, and then we do this. Whoopsie daisy. Okay, that's the first thing. We're passing in the error. Right. Just missing the buttons, don't mind me. And is it lambdas I do? Oh yeah, it is lambdas. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, I need to know what the different errors are in this case, but you'd be overloading over different structs, right? So like here I use enums. I can see like I'm matching on the case, right? Kojo binary error, the enum, enum file not exist, invalid file, whatever. Here I'd be matching or overloading based on type, like a struct. So each error gets their own struct, which is probably the better way to do it. It's still like a tagged union, but it's just a different way of implementing it. Yeah. So. Yeah, const I guess because it's a reference. I don't know. So anyway, so binary error, and well, here I'm assuming it's part of the class. I guess I could make it part of the class. Yeah, let's do that. Just for the namespace, and then like a file not exist, right? Or file not found, error. That's what I called it here. And then I'll take that and do something with it. So here it would return. Ooh, can I return stuff from a visitor. C++ return from standard visit. Go away. Go away. Okay, that's like variants. Auto visitor equals lambda. Okay, like that's just lambda though. Standard visit visitor. Okay, I see. Yeah, I don't understand. I still don't understand why you would use this, like without the overloading. I assume like you're kind of meant to use the overloading. Otherwise, why would you even do this? But this does return. So yeah. So it can return. That's the main thing. So it'd be just return straight up, and it'd be returning the conversion. So like for xf bin error, I don't know how I would construct it yet, but I think it's just like, I don't know, like null file maybe, on error. It's like null file would take like the path, for instance, like to like dot path, and that's how I would construct it. And the same for the other ones. So supposedly we have invalid file, whatever that means. File not open, and insufficient memory. So I would create conversions for all of these, and then at the end just return it like so. Yep. And I wonder if there's like a case for if there's an unsupported error type, how you would do that. Like here there's like an else, right? Just auto. Yeah, so the issue is really implicit conversions, but in this case I don't need to worry about it. So I guess I can just put auto. So const auto reference error, and return like some unknown, I don't know, something like that. Yeah. Could also use a new syntax, but I think for C++, since constructors exist, yeah, like new is what I would use for constructors in Rust, but because C++ constructors exist, you don't really need this. It's only useful if it has a potential to error on construction, but that really shouldn't happen. Like your constructors shouldn't be built in such a way that they can error. At that point, I'd move it out of the constructor. Like if I'm creating like a point, right? You know, like coordinates x, y, like that's it. Like just two doubles x and y in my point class. Then I don't need a new function for that. Like obviously for Rust it's idiomatic, so whatever. But like for C++, there's nothing wrong with just having a point constructor that takes like two doubles. Like that's totally fine. Whereas in Rust, you do like point new 6.0, 4.0. I think you have to do that. I might be wrong. Maybe you could also just do this. But like this would be an enum, so that's different. Yeah. Anyway, just thinking out loud there. So in this case, I would just construct it directly. No issues there. Yep. So this is how to handle this, and then once that's defined, I can just return standard unexpected. This is the xfbin class, right? So it'd be xfbin error. from this. Yep, looks clean. I could collapse this as well, but actually I will, but I'll keep the space for readability. And then, yep, and then if that succeeds, then I just create a binary object here. Binary data, so when I was taking maybe data, just making a data, equals maybe data.value. And I should use a star syntax apparently, because that is idiomatic. I do forget what the difference between the star and the value is. Let's have a look there. Standard, expected. So why should I create an account? That's a new feature as well. I mean, it's not, but like it was. I think it was disabled before. I can edit it. Huh. I wouldn't. I mean, obviously, I'd love to contribute, but I literally don't know how I would even do it. But you know what? I'll make an account anyway, just in case. I'll just do it without sharing my screen, so I don't leak my credentials. So username KojoBailey, password your mum. Oh, gave me some random password. I'll just use my own. Thank you. An email address is optional, which is interesting. I will use mine. Real name optional. Don't mind if I do. ABC, right? What is displayed by standard count? ABC. Nice. Welcome Kojo. Save. Okay. Oh, okay. So there are preferences as well. Let's have a look. Language. Okay. English GB, I guess. He edits Wiki pages. Signature. Save. Confirm my email address. I don't really care about that. Appearance. Okay. Date format. This one. UTC. Editing. Auto edit. Okay. Cool. Yep. So now I can edit pages. It's cool, right? Obviously, I don't know how I do that. I do no permission. Suggestions page for new users. Okay. What we got? It's a talk page. What? Why am I creating it? Oh, please leave a message. Oh, okay. Why? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, so I do wonder how people contribute to this. I guess like if like a new paper comes out, they would update it like that. But yeah, like I'm not an expert by any means, so I wouldn't trust myself with this. But hey, cool. Hopefully me making an account doesn't blow up the thing. There are some cool like feature requests, but I don't have the power to do that, so. Anyway, cool. So, sorry, looking at unexpected, we have. Sorry, this is that. Looking in expected. Huh? Why is that not a page? Interesting. Yep. Like you think like there'd be something there at least, like a category page or something of all the sub pages. What's this? Just the constructors. Okay. I'm checking the methods, right? Why aren't the methods listed here? What? I swear that that's what I did, right? I went back. Oh, because it was slash. That's why. Should go back. Okay. Never mind. Take it back. So we got value and error type. No, sorry, those are the types. The functions are value and error. Now there's also the operator of loads. See if they show up here. They do. Operator. Oh. So it's like a pointer. So you can you can dereference it also via the operator thingy. That's cool. I think. Like parse maybe data as well. I could do that directly. Yeah, that's cool. I don't know why I didn't know that. Yeah, so what's the difference? Returns a pointer or a reference? This also returns a reference. But this has the option to throw an exceptions. Yeah, so dot value could throw an exception if there is an expected value. This has undefined behavior. So ignoring the implementation, just like semantically speaking, you use dot value if you want to handle exceptions, but you just use the asterisk dereference syntax if you are 100% certain it can't be the error value. Like this here says this is 100% has value because I've checked it here, right? So let's go ahead and just simplify this a bit. Just copy that and paste it there. Cool. There you go. Dot error. That is correct. I don't think there's another way to do that, right? And place. And swap. Wait, there's a swap function. It's interesting. Monetic operations. Cool. Anyway, so yeah, this works. I do wish you didn't have to do standard unexpected. Like you could just return directly, but I get it because like for this one you don't have to like do standard success or something, you know, like in Rust like you have to do okay, whereas in C++ you don't. In C++ you don't. You can just return the non-error value, whereas you do have to do standard unexpected. I'm like I get it because like you could have like a standard expected, you know, string, right? But regardless, make an alias as well, like just error. Wouldn't that be nice? Anyway, standard unexpected. Yep, and then these ones just do it directly because the constructor for span and pointer, I guess they can't error. Is that right? But they can do though. What does parse do? Parse header. What does parse header do? It's commented out. Okay. Yeah. So this, I mean, parse takes a binary view. Okay, so first of all, this is a binary view. So we'll change this. I mean, same thing, just different name now, different way of writing it. Using Pascal case. The return type's the same. I could put it there, but just to be consistent with myself. Actually, I say that, but these also don't. Let me make these different. What's the? Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Actually, if I do that, cool. So it knows to indent it, which is cool. That, or it's just like copying my previous stuff in the file. But either way, cool. I like how it does that. Yeah, so I mean, these will return xFbin expected. Yeah, so this is binary view, which means it's taking an implicit constructor, because binary view doesn't have a from method. It just takes it because it's a view, right? So like even if it's like a null pointer, it doesn't matter. Like it will still take a binary view to the null pointer, because like it doesn't access the pointer until you actually need to read from it. So the only time you can get errors is if you are reading. But for like just taking it, like it's just inspecting it. Like I'm pretty sure if you want to, you can create a string view from a null pointer. Actually, I don't know why I said that. That's probably completely false. But like, also it's a string view, so like it has to take a string. A null pointer isn't a string. But like, yep. Can a span take a null pointer? No, because well, it could do. It needs a type, right? I don't know. Anyway, either way, this takes a span, so that's fine. And then this takes a pointer, so it can be null, but if it is, then it will not do anything. It will just pass it to the binary view, and the binary view will handle it itself. Right? Yeah. So if there are any like binary errors, then they'll just be propagated. Pointer is null. I'm just hesitating because it's like, is that correct? It must be correct, right? Otherwise, you're handling it on the constructor side. But no, because the constructor can't even return an error anyway. You would have to like first convert it and then pass it into it. Yeah, I'm gonna say I just don't care, because like either way, because the binary view doesn't own its data, if you pass it a pointer and that pointer becomes null, which in theory could happen, right? Like I give it an address and then later on the address becomes null, or like inaccessible, whatever. Ow, Then it would error on read, like when you call the read methods instead of on construction. So the way I interpret this, right? The constructor cannot fail, because the class itself is just a binary view. If you pass out a null pointer, the class can still take that null pointer, like it will wrap it, whatever. It would just be a sizeless pointer. And then, yeah, like it's still a binary view. You just passed it a null address. It could be valid. In fact, a null pointer isn't even necessarily invalid. Like you could there are instances where you could genuinely want to access address 0 on subsystems as well. So like a null pointer error isn't even necessarily correct. Yeah, so I'm gonna just not do that. I'm gonna not handle that error. or like I'm not going to treat it as an error. It will only be an error when there is reason to make it errorless. Otherwise, I'll just let it go on until it's until later. I hate being congested. So let me also just change this. I'll use the same thing. So from, right, exit bin from path, exit bin from span, from pointer. Could also have like an IF stream, I guess, if I want to like load the file and then pass it. But like, when are you loading a file stream not from a path? I'm trying to think. Anyway, I can make those cases later. So this looks good. I mean, this is just passing it on to the constructor here. So we have parse. We create our result XF bin. It's just empty. I could do that, I guess, but not much need to. I don't know. Then we just do results.parse header, and then we use monadic chaining. So we're doing and then on a lambda to just kind of like split this up into steps. So first we parse the header, and then if that succeeds, we parse the index, and if that succeeds, we parse the chunks. It's a more compact way of writing this. If we didn't do that, it would look like this. So I don't know, auto maybe results equals hold on. Are these static methods? Parse is a static method. Oh, because it has to be, because it's a part of the constructor. Right. I mean, I guess I could just like results.parse, but that wouldn't really make sense. Yeah. So it creates a temporary one, and then has to do that. Mind you, I could like make it like parse header results, but whatever. Anyway, so results.parse header data. If not, maybe results. Then handle, right, else auto maybe result 2 equals results dot equals dereference maybe results, I think, and then dot, or actually maybe results this thingy, the arrow syntax, parse, like, yeah, like you can see how this is obviously a lot more verbose, whereas this makes it nice and simple. It even returns an error automatically, right, which is quite good. Pretty much exactly what we need, because parse header will, if it has the same signature, then it should like same return type. Sorry, it should work, I think. Yeah. I mean, same error return type, rather. So let's go ahead and uncomment this. Well, I don't know, actually. Let's kind of uncomment it. I'll write it anew here. But I'm like, this bothers me for some reason. Like we're constructing it, and then we're returning it. Like, is there not like a better way to do this? Like, why are we doing result.parse header and then parse index and then parse chunks? Like, if they're meant to be sequential always, shouldn't parse header call parse index itself? And then parse index should call parse chunks? Maybe. I don't know. It's very interesting. How would this look in Rust, actually? I'm quite curious. I guess in Rust it would be like results. and I get this because it's insane how much nicer it would look. Result dot parse header, right? On data, data is a binary view, so it's being incremented. Question mark. So like if that does an error, then parse index, and then again parse chunks. Question mark. Like that's how this would look in Rust. And then return results. Or no, I guess this would just return, right? Well, no, because it's void. Yeah, right. Anyway, so like basically like this line would exist, and like this represents all of this. It's kind of crazy, honestly. Like this kind of thing is why I think C++ cannot keep up. But anyway, it's still weird though, because like I would prefer it to just be parse header without data. Because like clearly like data is a redundant thing here. Like you have to wonder why can't I just have this be not passed as an argument? Like one option is to put it there directly, but then like how do I why would I store that inside the class? I don't know. Anyway, this is fine. So we do this, and then we have these methods. So what, parse header, step 1 takes a binary view. Like basically all this does is it just helps kind of organize the function. Like obviously I could just also just like delete this and have all the logic just in one function, which I don't know, like I do wonder, like, is that a bad thing to do? Because like surely abstracting it out is the better thing to do. Because then like it just you should read, okay, like this is the header code, this is the index code, this is the chunks code. Yes, like it's sequential, but like just kind of organizing it in their own functions makes it easier to like wrap your head around. The other option would be to put it all in one function, and then it's all in one function, like so like it's very crowded and harder to read. Man, like literally, what else can you do? You can split. Oh my, I can't speak. You can split up the function like this. You can. Yeah, my mind's blank. My mind is blank. You could create like a class, a subclass called like parser, and then have that store the data. So like instead of be like, so yeah, so I'd have like exhibit result, and then I'd do like result dot parser dot parse, I guess. But then the only difference is that this is implicit. Like the data is implicit, or like I mean like it's not implicit, but like it's stored in the parser class, so I don't need to have it here. Like it's an option, and then it means that here, like down here, right? Notice how I have these three functions, well these four functions, parse, and then these three. Like it just means that I don't need to have these just like lying here. Instead I could just create, again, like a class parser, or even like struct parser, whatever. Parser, right? Like I could do that. Should I? Wow, like genuine question. Should I? Should I do that? I guess it would make sense, right? Like, you know, like, I know, like, there's a fear of, like, over-engineering. But all it really does here is just kind of wrap it in like, a nice class, which is just good for, like, organizing, you know? Like, organize all the parse logic in its own subclass. And, like, it also emphasizes that this action of parsing, of reading the data into an xfbin object, is separate from the other actions. Like the xfbin reader will not overlap with the xfbin writer, for instance. Plus, it's, yeah. Even like in Rust, you know, like again, like I'm thinking in Rust, you would probably. This is very interesting. So let me just change these. So we have from. I need to commit these changes as well at some point. Okay, first things first. Let me commit some of these. So cd, yeah. For some reason, my thing doesn't automatically open in the same path. I tried fixing it earlier, but it didn't work. So that's great. Use from naming scheme. There's probably more to it than that, but whatever. Yeah, this is. I'm very curious. Let me see what Claude can give insight on. I'm creating an xfbin class in C++, and I'm wondering if it's, and I have the following. Okay, and it contains the following methods. What the hell? 5. Right? Where parse is just this. How do I switch? Is it hooked? No, it's not hooked. I thought it was hooked. Now it's hooked. Yeah, just this. I'm wondering if I should wrap the parse related methods in an xfbin reader subclass. That way it encapsulates the stuff and can also store data, so I don't have to pass it around the functions. I know in Java you would do it, but I also know Java's kind of not what you want to follow most of the time. And like I know there's like a sentiment against just creating classes, but like genuinely, is that so bad? Like obviously, like there's over engineering final boss, but I don't know. I feel like this feels right. This isn't over engineering because I'm not like over applying it. Like I'm not creating an xfbin reader factory whatever. Hey, by the way, I chose my modules for next year for university. I'm doing, well, the ones I chose were scripting languages, so JavaScript and PHP. There was actually C and C++, but I didn't do it because there's not really much I can learn from those anyway. and I'm not in university just to get free marks. I'm actually there to learn. I also chose network security. Sounds interesting. Computer networks, full stop, which includes some network security, so a bit of cybersecurity, which is cool. And app development in Swift, that'd be fun. I know Swift is quite Rust-like, but for Apple apps. So like, kind of like, I guess like Rust, like Qt in a way. Swift would be, I mean, still different, but like, okay, well maybe more like C#. But like Rust's like version of C#. I don't know. Anyway, and I'm also doing game development. So I think next year will be quite fun. Anyway. Now I know Claude's a yes man. Well, people say like AI is a yes man, but it does actually give me a fairly good analysis here. That's the reasonable instinct. Is a common pattern. Okay. It keeps XFBin as a pure data type. Yes. Yeah. So this is what I was saying. In Rust, right? Structs. Ooh, I'm lying. I'm lying so hard actually. Okay, in C, let's go back here to the beginning. In C, structs are just data. They do not contain any methods. They're just data. And I do really like this idea. And like then you can have just like your struct with just data, maybe some like getters and setters, but ultimately it's just the data. And then for like parsing logic, you would create functions externally. And it's interesting. In Rust, you define your struct, but then you define the methods separately, and you may also define it through traits. Like you might have a reader trait, and then you would implement the functions for those, right? But like it's still like in your code, it's still like separate, because you're defining it away from your struct. Whereas in C++, as you can see, I have these methods inside my struct. So like just having all these methods here for different things would get very crowded, I feel. Like here I have write as well, right? So that's something. And in Zig, it's more like C++. They just make the this explicit, like you would in Rust, I guess. And I think dot syntax is literally just that. Like it's just like a dot syntax sugary thing. I don't know, but it's interesting. So arguments against, yeah. So like really, it's pollution in this case. It's not really a subclass. Inheritance replies and is a relationship. Sorry, I said subclass. I didn't actually mean like a derived class. I meant like a class within the class. Yep, separate. If parsing is simple and unlikely to grow, it's extra structure for little gain. You lose the ergonomic xfbin parse data call site. It's true. It would become xfbin parser. Parse data, right? Like parser.parse. Oh, it moves results. Interesting. How's that work? And then you could get parse, yeah. Although in my case, I'll just call the reader anyway. That's fine. What? There's a bug in my current code. You're not checking the return value of the and then chain. Wait. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was wondering why it was so weird. So it doesn't just return the error implicitly. You do have to actually like if and like check it. So like if you do if like this, ultimate results equals this. If not, yeah, and so on and so forth. I think so. I don't think it's automatically propagated. It's crazy that C++ has good nice syntax for like exceptions, but it won't add any for result types. I know like at this point it's not designed to handle result types, but like man, like kind of sucks. Feels bad, man. How does this work? Transform. Oh, so, oh yeah, that's right. You just return it directly. Yeah, yeah. So like just this return parse header. Whoa, return this. But if it succeeds, what's wrong? Here it's transforming it. I actually don't know what's going on here. Return result of parse chunk. So I think this works. But then what's this here with the standard move? Result. Oh, because like these like affect results, and then the move, it like takes the stuff here. Oh, okay. So like it's instead of copying results and then returning it, it just moves it into the return. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, move semantics are really interesting. Rust helped me properly learn them, and now I just see it everywhere. I mean, it's funny I say that because obviously I didn't get it there, but yeah. Okay, so I see what it's doing. So I'm going to create a wrapper here. A private nested type or a free function in an anonymous namespace. Keeps the parsing logic encapsulated without making it a public API service. Yeah. I'd make it private. Oh yeah, this here. If parsing is simple and unlikely to grow, would the parsing ever change? No, yeah, it would. God. I think it would because parse chunks can get very messy. Like here, like the header is fairly simple. Index is a bit like there's a lot going on. Chunks I didn't even get around to. So yep. Anyway, so parse header. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna create the class. So we're gonna do a struct, not a class, a struct, because it's just all public, it doesn't matter. And we'll call this xfbin reader. Could just call it reader, but whatever. Actually, I think I will call it reader because it's inside the class anyway. And then it's private, that's fine. And then it contains these methods. Now I wonder if I can define it separately. Like if I do struct reader, can I then like define it outside the file? If I define the class reader privately within the xfbin class, can I define its contents outside of the class in a different header even? No. Yeah, it's a shame. You can't forward declare it. Ooh, interesting. Only included from xfbin or CPP itself. That's very interesting. Should I? Like, there's nothing here that the reader needs to access, because it's all static anyway. It's like it's literally just wrapping in this case. Is it even static, or is it creating a new instance of reader? No, it would create a new instance of reader. Okay, in that case, I think I will actually make it separate. And then it's just like for the includes. So like here I have error. Okay, I don't, I guess. But I'll call it Okay, hold on. If I do use a detail header what folder, what directory should it be in? Like what's the name convention here? Literally just include such detail. Okay, so I'll create detail and create a file here called xfbinreader. Okay, hook that so I can just switch to it real quick. We'll take these functions, these methods, I guess, and wrap it in a class. So struct xfbinreader, right? And it contains a Kojo, well, a binary view, which is just data. So we need to hashtag include, whoopsie daisy, hashtag include, well, it'll include the header anyway. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, so it will include that anyway. And then I don't need this. Well, I don't need this, that's for sure. Yeah. What the hell? Sorry, so I got data and also the result. How's it done it here? Wait, what? What's this? Auto parse at? What the hell? That's crazy. That's wild. I've literally never seen this used at all. So you can literally just specify so that you can only do it on a newly constructed like R value, as opposed to on an existing object. Why would you do that? Like just like at that point just do dot parse and then the thing inside. No, but that's interesting. Man, that I did not expect that. Okay, so what the hell? That's so weird. That's so weird, but it's cool because like you can attach it just to the constructor. So like I guess it's like another way to handle errors. I don't know. Anyway, that's quite cool here. So that's what okay. So that's what it does. What I want to do is just well I'll write the code for it actually first. So again, so this is here, right? I want to initialize the parser. So return xfbinreader. Well, I would create an object, right? So it'd be like xfbinreader xr or reader, whatever, equals now construct maybe data. And then return reader.parse. Pretty much. Or I could do this, which is return xfbinreader maybe data.parse. I mean, shit. Like, at that point, why not just make it a static? Well, no, because it needs to create the object. Man, this is so weird. It's weird, but it's genuinely useful. So I think I actually use it in this case. That's crazy. I've never even thought about that. I mean, I wasn't aware of it, but like I never even thought like if that it'd be good if that was like a thing. So let's do that then. Right? I guess, and then here would be like xfbin reader. This takes nothing, but there is a constructor. I mean, the constructor is just whatever. Yeah, we just parse header. Data is already implicitly added, and then return. Well, is every return? Oh, there is return because it's void return. Parse index, parse chunks, and then at the end. So all of these will write to result anyway. And then at the end, you want to move when we return. Well, no. No. Yes? No? Probably not. That's parsed there. Because again, like this just prevents the copy. I mean, like in Rust, this would literally be default behavior. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so dot transform. Just have another lambda that standard moves result. Yeah. I mean, do I even need to define this here? Or is that correct? Well, I also need to close the function and semicolon. But is that correct? Otherwise, oh yeah, I don't actually need the braces here. If there's no arguments. God, I hate lambdas in C++. If it was Rust, I mean, I keep glazing Rust here, but if it was Rust, it would literally just be, and I mean, for this, and then. Am I tripping? Is that right? Hold on. Rust, anonymous functions. Or closures, or lambdas. No, sorry, I'm completely wrong. It'd be like this. I think. Yeah, to be fair, not great. To be fair, of all languages, Java actually has it the nicest. In Java, you would just do that. And I think for an empty argument, I don't know what you would do, like this maybe. But yeah, anyway, enough romanticizing. So this is this, and I could literally just move this into the header. Well, no, I shouldn't. So let me create a different CPP file as well. So just hashtag include xfbin/detail, right? /xfbin reader. Yep. Hook that, and then it would take this. Pretty damn simple. And here we have parse, which is no longer static. You call on an actual thing. This doesn't have any arguments, I don't think. But for the constructor, it does have one. So just result here. Yeah, because like otherwise, like parse header had to also create its own results. I think. That can't be right. Hold on. No. Oh no, because you call it on the XF bin. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Nah. Fuck that. So anyway, this just creates it here. This creates it here. So we've got the results. Result is just created. So you have constructor XF bin reader. What the hell? That's not how that works. XF bin reader. Binary view. Data. And then just construct it. So data. I use underscore convention for new stuff. Yep, that should work. Then just parse header, parse index, parse chunks, or all no discard, because you shouldn't discard the errors. Parse returns an XF bin. These do not. Yeah, because parse returns the result. Cool. I mean, it's very simple, isn't it? But you know, if ever like I need to separate these even more, then just having a separate class will just make it so much easier to work with conceptually. Just like less overhead in your head. Okay, so we got this. Then we would define XF bin reader, parse header, and then go from there. Right. Expected void. It's been error. Yeah. And then it would do stuff like that. Okay. And the same for the other ones. Just define them now, because why not? The scaffolding. Parse chunks. And parse chunks. Hold on. Parse index. Boom, 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 boom. There you go. I could just do this, couldn't I? It's really not much. But I just like that. I don't know. Sue me. Right, so that's fine. Then back here, I need to create it. So XF bin, well, no, it's separate. No, yeah. So the good thing is that the reader is completely separate from the class. The class literally just contains, well, granted, the from function does call XF bin reader, but like aside from that, the class itself is just the data. And there's like a from and into function, I guess. So like down here as well, like for the writing, I could do into, but that doesn't make sense. Like it's not converting to a different data format. It's literally writing, like write to file. Like into path. Here, I think I'm going to keep the non-overloaded names. Well, no, yeah, I mean, I have to. Because yeah, I have to. Otherwise, like, how would you know if that is, like, it's running to a vector? So these are fine. It's cool, though, because, like, in Rust, it would, again, like, it would infer. So like if I did let vec, or like foo of type vec equal XF bin dot into, like it would infer that vec is here, so it would choose the vector there. I don't know if C++ allows that to happen. If I do like standard vector, okay, standard vector foo equals XF bin dot into. My guess is that this wouldn't work because it would not be able to deduce which into to use. I would have to either, again, like into vec or into standard vector like this. And that's just not what I want. So this will have to do. Write versus into, like write to versus into, like into memory, into vector. Like it's not like a simple array, it's like an actual struct. Or, I don't know. I'm gonna leave that for now. Yes, cool. So my XFBin class is completely removed from the reader. You can't even tell there's a reader. It's just accessed via the from methods. So I think that's nice. Like all the from does is just say this will convert it to an XFBin. So the XFBin doesn't have to worry about any other formats. It just lists what formats it theoretically supports here, and then it implements them in a CPP file. By implement them, I mean it just calls the XFBin reader. So yeah, should be clear. Should be good to go. One more other thing. These just are aliases, but these. This here, right? This constructs a Kojo binary object. Should that be part of the XFBin reader instead? I'm gonna say no. But I could. But like it's no, because it's the potential to fail. I could also just like not have a path, but like it's convenient. And like someone could like easily also pass a null file, so you know what, it's fine. So I'll just do this. So weird though. Maybe it's not fine. Yeah, it's fine. I'm just gonna leave it. The alternative would be to just forward the from arguments to the reader, the XFBin reader, but I mean it's an idea. So like rather than like explicitly list them here, I just have it be a template that says whatever XFBin reader supports is what I support. But I don't really want to do that, to be honest. Alright, I'll just leave it like that for now. Okay, so then I've got this. This is the struct. Obviously not much to it. Very simple. And yeah. Ooh, I forgot. Parse needs to have the at. And that should be good to go. So let me just compile this first. I don't know if it will compile. It might compile. Let's see. CMake, I guess. Build. Right, I don't have a build yet. CMake dot. Oh my god, how do I configure CMake? Because this is a cloned project. Help me out here. The source directory does not contain a CMake list. Oh, right. Hold on. Oh, so what compiler is it using? GNU. Okay. Because I have Clang. Wait, do I have Clang? No. I had an issue before where like my thing was using Clang for like some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it was like maybe it was a university thing. Anyway, sorry, I can't actually use the submodules because I haven't like updated them yet. That makes no sense, does it? Let me just put Obsidian here, get my Git going. Like when you clone, it doesn't automatically include the submodules, but also oh, I need to finish this. But also, it won't compile because my binary thing isn't updated anyway, so it won't work. Anyway, so git submodule init recursive. No, I need to do update remote. So let me try to remember this. Is it GS for git submodule? No, that's a completely different app. What the hell? Can I quit? Who cares? Git. Okay. Git submodule update remote. Okay, so we got cmake. Okay, show me extern. Show me binary there. It's empty. Why is it empty? Why is it empty? But I said to update the thingy, bruh. Extern binary is empty for some reason. Strange. Hold on, what's my status first of all? Okay, first I'll just commit this. So, what's the word? Modularize, separate. XF bin, reader logic. And push that. Just so we're clean. For some reason I can't update the submodules. It's not broken, is it? Extern should be a link, yeah, binary to an old branch, but that's fine. Okay, I don't know why that's not working. Let's try git submodule update. Because I haven't. Oh yeah, because I haven't actually initialized it, have I? So I think I need to initialize it first for this project. Could be recursive, but there are no other things. That's fine. So now it should be there. Yeah. So binary has include, all that's there. Nice. Let's try and compile now. cmake. To install cmake, install what? Never mind. Cmake error. Cannot find source file, main.cpp. Right, my test file doesn't exist. So I did create that, but it doesn't exist. So where's it? Yeah, here it is. Testing. Can I say off? No. Oh, screw you, I guess. Like, why is the option even there if I can't do anything about it? I guess test should be not in git ignore then, because like I low-key need the tests to be part of the cmake. So maybe I do not add it to git ignore. Hold on, what's going on here? Nothing to commit. Okay. Okay, let me add my tests. Like here's his manual testing, but really it should just be proper, like a proper test suite. Okay, let me get this. So again, I need to get my other computer and just update the git ignore and then do that. So go here, pull for latest changes. Oh, I can't type on this keyboard, it's so broken. Okay, I pulled, clear, list all the files, that's not a command. Yeah, so test is here, so then neovim, oh my god, I can't type on this, .git ignore. It's so slow. Okay, find build, yeah, cmake, that's fine. Remove the testing, we have to allow testing. Okay, and then git status, that should be there. It is. Git adds, right, I have to actually write it out. Git adds all, git commit, -m, add testing. Yeah, like remove testing from git ignore. Remove testing or tests from git ignore. I'm in a typo because my keyboard's cancerous. Okay, git push. Done. Okay. So with that, I can now just pull. Nice. And I should have that there. What's wrong? What did I do here? Whoops. What's the difference? What? Is that it? Okay. Whatever. Push that. Okay, so I should have testing now. So my thing should actually compile. Let me just test that real quick. If I quit and list on my files. Oh, okay, I didn't have to quit for that actually. Yeah, testing is there. Let's go back to new vim. Good. Okay, so if I now try to cmake dot works, let's cmake build. What's wrong? Modified external / binary. Why is that? Make file? What? What's a make file? Because I'm on Unix? Should I keep this or should I remove it? I switched to Linux and cloned one of my old projects, and it created cmake, I guess, projects, and it's created a make file, a file called makefile. I think it's called that, right? Should I keep this or add it to git ignore? Okay, so git ignore. Let's add a makefile to the list here. So if I status now, good. Let's add git ignore first of all, and commit that with exclude rather makefile, and then let's git add action binary, just update some modules. Okay, it doesn't look like it added. What's wrong? Why is it not staging? I have to push first? That's weird. Do I have to? No. What's wrong? Unchecked content. Why wouldn't add? Git add extern / binary? It's not tracked for some reason. Okay, that's weird. Anyway, whatever. Cmake dot looks good. Now we'll do cmake build. not a directory. So how do I? Also, how do I run cmake after cloning? I can't remember it. I call make. Huh. Okay. Still no build folder, but I guess I shouldn't expect there to be. Yeah, I have no idea. Anyway, whatever. So clear that. I got a bunch of errors here. This is where my second monitor would be useful, but since I'm streaming, I'm just not going to do that. Yeah. Type abbreviations is not a namespace name, is it not? Should be. Because I did update some things. Or not. Wow, this is very outdated. Why is it not? Okay, so for some reason it hasn't updated the submodule. I don't know why it hasn't done that. Is it on main? That's weird. Let me try this. If I can find it. Okay. Now it's working. Okay, so this should be, yeah, there we go. There you go. Now it's actually up to date. So if I compile, I shouldn't get that error. Although I will get other errors anyway, so pick your poison. If I refresh here, it should say extern is on the main branch, or whatever it's, I don't know. Actually, does it say that? Extern binary FB2903. I mean, it's this commit, which is also the most recent. What's detached? What? What's the detached branch? I don't even know what that one is. I have two branches for some reason. Okay, I need to remove one of those, but anyway, should be good now. Whoops, let's go back on this one. My things, 11% CMake. I've got to change that, obviously. Oh, whoopsie daisy, don't do that. Okay, so let's try make. See what happens. Yep, shit ton of errors, obviously. Where's my mouse? A lot of errors, actually. Like, at that point, just stop, you know, like, stop and give up. Abort. And finally included from this, expected identifier before thingy. Wow, it's got a normal ass error. No, this is binary to HTTP. Okay. Okay, so at this point, that's fine. So let's go ahead and update binary HTTP to actually match what we want to do right now. So I'll go back to my reader. So right now, we literally just do nothing, but we are constructing. Okay, so I mean, two things we're doing. Here. Where is it? No, here. Yeah, here. So okay, no, here. First of all, we need to have binary error functional. That's one thing. We also need to have the from method, and that's it. And then we also need binary view to be constructible implicitly as a constructor, right? From the different types we have here. So we need to have a path. Okay, well, not a path. So we need to have a Kojo binary object. We need to have a binary object, a span, and a pointer. So let's go ahead and do those. To do this, I should, I guess, create a new window, right? So let's go to this one. Just close this. And what's 3 on, actually? 3 is on Claude. Whatever. Projects /binary. There we go, and just leave from that. Copy this. Well, trying to copy it and fail. Let's just do this instead. That's good. Okay. Got hooks on this. We do. Nice. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that then. So first things first. Where are my type abbreviations? I thought I added them. I guess I deleted them or something. Right, so the binary class has the rule of 5, right? So it has the default constructor. All of these, don't really care about these. They're not important right now. It's just for copying and moving. That's the main thing there. Then we have this. So instead of load, it should be from. And here as well, from. Don't know why it's doing that. What? Why have I done this formatting? In my other project, it's just where is it? Here. Well, to be fair, this is not very pretty either. Damn. Like, doesn't like this make more sense? Instead, I think I prefer this if we're going to like make it more like I don't know, like extend it over multiple lines. No, this is just a bit weird. So let me do that instead then. Yeah, bro, it's crazy how I cook. Oh, okay, so like already that's why there was an error there. I guess because I had a size here before, but okay, whatever. Okay, so fix that compile error. I guess if we're going to give this a title, constructors. I mean, they're obviously not constructors, but like. Whatever. I don't need to name those. I don't think. Could make use of a white space. I guess a comment is more like. I'm just thinking like as like a separator. Right. I like that. I like that. I think people would have different opinions on this, but I do think it's clean enough. Yeah, just like I was like a visible separation, you know. Anyway, this is my binary class, right? So we have from binary error. Yep, path. This, and we also need to have no, actually we're not using from. What? I'm literally not even doing that yet. In my actual code, I'm just oh no, I am, because I have from path. Okay, so let's check that then. From path, let's go to the source, hook that. Auto binary from. Nice. Just this. Why the hell do I have? What the hell's going on here? Holy devilish thing, bro. What the hell? Just do this, please. What even? What? Right, so sometimes I don't even know what I'm cooking. So we'll do this. I need to change the error, so I need to re-implement that. And then do the same for the other things, but otherwise this is the correct interface. Whoops. Let's try compiling this again. What? What I do? Spacing. Literally, what did I do? I don't understand. Yeah, okay. Whatever. There's got to be a faster way to go to the top of the error chain. Right, yeah, no, I need to actually update the submodules as well. Okay, screw it then. Let's do it later. So somehow this doesn't include anything, even though it's the C++ file. Let's actually include, please, kojo/binary.hpp. It's kind of important. And this should include this. I'm doing relative paths here, but I think I'll just do this. Now the user should be including error, so I'll put this in detail, because that should be included just whatever. Yeah, that's correct. In which case I need to move this. So inside, inside binary. Don't delete it. Rename binary / what's it called again? Detail. Is that even valid? Can I do that? I can't do that. Okay, never mind then. Create a new directory, call it detail, and then move it inside. It's probably a better way to do this, but whatever. Now it's inside. Sui, namespace Kojo, very good. Okay. Delete that gap, whatever. So let's focus on the error type then. Right, how do I actually implement this? No. I talked to Claude about this not too long ago. View all. Do a search here for error. Here, I think. On Wednesday, today's Friday, so not too long ago at all. Here we go. So give me a few. Well, no. Okay, no. So give me this suggestion. Because I mean, I asked it for like the idiomatic way to do it, like the way that people like professionals would do it. So that's how I want to do it, obviously, because I want to be a professional. Okay. Right, so I can have it as a variant, or I can have this. But I said I want to store data. What the hell is this? What? Bro, I am not doing this. Huh? Wait, there's a extension for GCC? That's cool. Oh, that's how this works. I mean, I get it. Not really good for a library, but I do get it. That's cool. One day, bro, one day we'll get the syntax. I mean, like, why can't they just add a question mark operator to C++? You know what I mean? Like, would it be so hard? It's just probably not even a good question to ask. I'm sure it is quite difficult. Standard variant is exactly what you want then. Each error variant is on struct. Yep. And then you can also have empty structs, that's fine. I did ask you for some like alternatives, but until pattern matching comes, there's not much of a choice. Yep, so let's have a variant then. Like so. I mean, I'll show you what I have currently. Oopsie, which is a binary error class, which has this enum. So these are all different errors, and then a code, and then a union. It's like a literal tagged union. And then I have like custom constructors as well for each of them, like get code is int, you know, type thing. Yeah, it's not great. Hold on. How does variant even work? Just like this. Okay. If I want to add some like functionality to exit bin error, like converting the error code to an integer, for instance, how would I do that? I'm wondering. I guess I'll just add it to the class itself, the subclasses. Are they subclasses? Is that what variant does? It creates like a bunch of. Let me actually check what variant does, because I'm not fully understanding how it actually works. I'm not a bot. I literally made an account like the last time I accessed the website. It's a type safe union, as opposed to. Trying to think. Screw it. Is this right, by the way? Boom, boom. Yeah. Int float, v equals 42, think it has an int. Oh yeah, that's right, use standard get. But if you do visit syntax, it just works, I guess. Very strange. C++, variant, and visit. I wonder if the churn has made a video on this. Yep. Man, what a beautiful house this guy has. I will watch Churno's video because I do trust him. Not really sure what this one's about. C++ Weekly. To the one after.
Hey, what's up guys? My name is Echona. Welcome back to my C++ series. So today we're going to be talking about how we can store multiple types of data in a single variable. And this feature is...
I do wonder how my computer is going to handle having a video while recording. Because again, I don't have a GPU on this. It's an integrated GPU. So I do wonder how it's going to handle this, but anyway.
Is actually new in C++ 17. It's not really a feature, it's more of just something, a class that is given to us in the standard library that is new in C++ 17. I'll have a video coming very, very soon about all of my favorite parts of C++ 17, so make sure that you subscribe if you haven't already so that you don't miss that video. All right, so how do we store multiple data types in C++ 17? So what we have is something called std variant, and I've actually been making kind of like a three-part series on 3 different classes that C++ 17 gives us for handling data that may or may not be there, or may be a different type than what we actually expect. Not necessarily like a different type from what we expect, but just that gives us the ability to kind of store data of varying types. And today we're going to be talking about std variant. We talked about std optional recently, about how we can store data that may or may not be present, so check out that video if you haven't already. And this is kind of like I like to think of this as like, it's actually quite similar to std optional, in the sense that
hopefully that's good volume.
What it does is allows us to not have to worry about the exact data type that we're dealing with, but just have a simple
Might be a bit quiet, but anyway. For example, you might be like parsing a
string or an int. Maybe you're taking in a command line argument when your program runs, and you're not sure if that parameter is going to be an integer or a string or a float or a boolean or anything like that. STD variant allows you to kind of list all the possible types.
Fair play.
And then you can, for example, we could have a string or an int. I'll just call this data. We have a constructor that we can immediately assign data to, but to be a little bit more explicit, we don't just literally use the assignment operator to assign it to whatever we want. And since this is being either a string or an int, we can of course just reassign it to either a string or an int.
Right, so it literally implicitly checks, like, okay, so if this is really that, like, it kind of uses overloading, right? Like if you pass it a string, it will implicitly know to use a string without you having to specify it.
Like that. If we try and assign it, well, in this case, we know that it's a string, so I can just simply try and retrieve the string 0, and if we've set data to be an int, that will be index 1. Not that type, but if it is that type, it will give us a pointer to that string.
Get if, okay.
That's pretty cool, because what you could do is simply enclose this in an if block, just like this, and we don't really need to have an asterisk here at all. And then now we have a really nice way of checking to see if it is that appropriate data. So if it is a string, we can handle it as a string here.
Yeah, this is like let. Wait, this is literally if let. Right?
If we need to, and of course we can just
From Rust.
std string reference, value of v will just be the reference version of value like that. That's our string. We can access it like usual, or we can handle it being another type with an else if or an else or anything else like that. So this kind of get if method is my favorite way of dealing with variants. That it's quite clean, and of course it lets us only get that value if it is actually of the type that we're expecting. Now there's a lot of talk about variants essentially being like type safe unions, but I just want to emphasize that they really are quite different. So if we check out the size of this data, I'll just do a print here that just gets the size of data. What you would kind of expect it to be if it was a
Mind you, you can do the same thing, right? Like if I type, where was it? If I go here, I can literally put this here and then just have like put this in an else branch. Like I could rewrite this entire code here by just doing if, yeah, like take this. I believe this works. Instead of this. And like, it works, but it's a bit like, I don't know, like the other way is cleaner, just because oops. No, don't do that. Just because you are handling the error first and then doing that, and you avoid like nesting and
union,
yeah,
for example,
deep nesting.
would just be the size of the biggest type, right? If we have like a double and a float in a union, let's say we have a double A, float B in a union, right? The size of this union will be the size of the largest type, which is A, which is a double, so it's 8 bytes. Variants don't work like that. Variants just store all the possible data types as just separate variables.
What? So it doesn't use a union? That's pretty crap. That means it'd be huge if it's
As separate members. So if we try and actually compare the size of this data, if I print the size of all 3 data types, so we'll start with int, which should be of course 4 bytes. Then we'll
Wait, does it mean it uses the data type? Not like all of them.
print the size of a string, which I think is about 28 bytes or something like that. And then we will print the size of data as well. So if I just run this program, you'll see that the size of an int
Okay, no, that's fine.
is 4, size of string is 10.
So it's actually better than a union. Wait, no, I'm wrong. Sorry, no, it's both. Damn it.
28, and the size of this data variant is 32. So you can see that basically what it's done is it's just kind of created a structure.
It's quite inefficient.
It's just storing those 2 data types as just numbers in that class or struct. So because of that, technically speaking, unions are still more efficient and better. However, variant is much more type safe. We don't have undefined behavior with variants. You should use variants unless you're really kind of doing low level optimization and you kind of want that extra kind of either just keeping that size low for whatever reason, be that kind of CPU processing or just because you want to use as little memory as possible. However, if you are on like a desktop platform or you have the liberty of using a little bit more memory and a little bit more processing power, SD variant.
Fair play. Variant. Okay. Seriously? Why doesn't stand what? All these questions. Why doesn't standard variant why doesn't it use a union? Huh? Wait, so was this changed? Wait, so is the tuner just wrong in this case? Ah, okay. So he's just wrong. Bro.
More safe. I want to show you guys one more example of where variant is useful. Last time in the SCD optional actually just allows us to cut what went wrong and handle it that way. So that is another good example for where using variants would kind of be a little bit more detailed and give us more an empty optional that tells us that there's no data for us to actually.
Ah. Wait, what? Was this before expected? Oh yeah, it was, because that came later. Huh? Interesting. Okay, that doesn't answer my question though.
Hey, what's going on, folks? It's Mike here. Welcome back
Hi,
to the
Mike.
Software Design Playlist. In this lesson,
PhD.
we're going to take a look at the visitor pattern again, but from a little bit of a different angle from where we wrapped up last time. So last time we wrapped up by implementing the visitor pattern object-oriented solution. We're going to look at something that's also sort of object-oriented, but supported by the standard library in C++. So with that said, let's go ahead and take a look here. Now, today we're going to actually start with CPP reference here, and I'm going to go ahead and open up the visit function here. And this is actually a type of C++ since we can see we have a constant expert version since C++ 20 here, which is pretty cool. And of course its name stood for visit here. And
Stood.
basically what this does here,
I'm confused. What's the 17 version then? See below. Now this is also constant expert, right?
and of course its name stood for visit here. And basically what this does here is it applies the visitor here to, well, whatever the callable function is of the appropriate type. So this is effectively what we did previously. Now there's a little bit of an easier solution here with the
The only difference here is this one has no R. See below.
variant type here, which you'll notice it's also
So the return type.
take a look at the example, and I'll show you one that I did as well that's quite nice. Now this one's kind of inline things, all in one chunk here, but I'll actually show you something that's a little bit easier here.
Sorry, I lucky forgot why I'm even doing this. So it does use a union. That's one question I wanted to have answered. And I was wondering, error codes, but like,
We've got a nice sample here. Let me take a look at the one that I wrote up here. And this is more of a, I would call more of a functional paradigm here. But we have done effectively the same thing in this pattern here. So what I'm going to actually show you is I've got two different types here. A struct with a method actor and a struct with a classical actor. Now observe that they're not part of the same hierarchy here. visitor pattern as previously, where we had objects and strings happening entirely. Instead, the way that we're going to enforce their relationship is by using a variant. So the variant can hold one type or another. It's either a classical actor or a method actor, but it's nothing else. Right? We could use a union for this, but a variant is a typesafe way to hold one type or the other. So this is kind of a nice.
I guess what I did was basically try to create a type safe union. Although I don't know how much is mirrors variant, standard variant. Do I have variant here? I do. Equals index. Index? I guess you could use index for codes, right? Mind you, it's inconsistent, but... Wait, what? Visit in 26. This is part of the actual class. Oh, sick. So var_t is a variant of int, string, and derived. var1 of 42, abc, and derived, okay. And then var1.visit with a visitor. Okay. So it's just like... Yeah. So like, it's just making it part of the class, I guess. I actually would have never expected them to do that, because like if you look at the algorithm classes, sorry, the algorithm functions, those could in theory be part of the classes that they apply to, but they're not. Instead, they're just, at least for now, at least like they're like these globally scoped functions. No, not globally scoped, like globally within the standard library. They're not tied specifically to those different structs and whatnot. But here they've actually changed it. So like here, you could do global standard visit on a visitor and then the thing, but now you can do it on the actual on the visitor. That's cool. That's cool. So then you can define the visitor separately, and then just call visit on that. Huh. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, I don't know if I'd use this, but I mean, like, obviously I would use it for I'd use it for in general, but like if I'm going to have my library used C++ 26, I don't know, like this is that big of a deal, but it's cool. It's cool, nice.
And you can label this as an actor, so using string here, actor, so that sort of acts like, really it's a variant that can be one or the other.
I mean, my main question is just like, how does it assign? Like for the overloading, I'm overloading on the structs. Like here, right? He has method actor and classical actor. I would overload on method actor and classical actor. So is it like that method actor is an actor? Like, does it derive from the actor class? But like it's not, because it's a type. So like what's going on here?
Now, interestingly, for the actual behaviors of this is I can create a structure as visitor, and it's going to have an operator that takes in or accepts actors, and another version of this operator call with accepting a classical actor. So again, if I saw the previous video,
Okay, so it literally uses a constructor. I see. But then if you use the visitor pattern, which I have here, okay, so overloaded like just does that. Then it makes like a, well, kinda like it makes a struct out of these, is what you could think of it as. I mean, it doesn't, but whatever. whereas otherwise you would just create a struct. Okay. I see. Okay.
Video, which I'd recommend watching before this one, so that makes sense, but we're accepting one or two of these types, both of the types that are available from our variable. So now, as far as using this function, we just create an actor, which again is just a variant. I could replace this code here, but I'm using this just as an alias for it to sort of make sense of it. Assigning it so that the actor A is acting on the actor. And then when I call visit, well, here's the object that I want to visit, and here's the key that I'm passing this. Notice that we just state this object, which is one of these. And I'm using the structure that has the ability to call it sync, is the sync is very nice. Copy this and likewise here in the actor here, and I'm just calling the same structure that has the behaviors for the different types that I want to visit. So in a way, this is exactly the behavior pattern. So we have some behavior, some object behavior. Now it's not as tightly bound as an object-oriented solution, but it's also not as tightly bound. Okay, so if you're coming from programming C or something, this is kind of
What was the object-oriented solution? I'm very curious.
sort of have this enforcement that we should implement both of these functions here for each of our variants here, each of the types that we can take on. But we're also not restricted to the object-oriented hierarchy, which could be a row or a column, depending on how you look at it. So anyways, I'll go ahead and run this code here, just so you can see that I can call here. You can see that I can see the factor, it's A is doing here. Factor, Shaw is taking that last factor, and so on. So anyways, this is just a short version of the visitor here, so a simpler look at the pattern. I think it's useful to probably understand object-oriented pattern from previous videos, but again, I thought this was the more functional side. So in this way, we have effectively gone full circle. Again, we watched the previous videos with Kojo and Paradise, forward. This is so anyways, folks, with that said, thank you for your time and attention. As always, feel free to comment below if you have any questions, engage in the discussion. We check out.
That was a good video. Would definitely be interested in being his student. He does D as well. D-Lang. Damn. His videos do not have many views. Anyway. So there's 4 parts to this. Why is there an ogre? Is that like a joke, like a reference? The visitor. Programming paradigms. Okay, so what's the object-oriented hierarchy? Does he like literally use a troll? Yep.
Hey, what's going on, folks? It's Mike here. Welcome back to the topic of
Okay, I'll watch this later, but okay. All right, whatever. So let's. Ooh. How did I even do this before? Oh, here. I have union with the structs. Okay. Okay. Like I'm just thinking, like, could I make my own variant class, but then like have like a code, so I can still have the code if I wanted to. It's a thought. Otherwise, I'll just do like what struct null pointer. The thing is, I also wanted it to be namespaced, but like I can't like namespace binary error, right? Like using binary error, like doesn't work if that's also a class name. So like I just wonder, like, should I make my own class here? Obviously, like variant exists, but it's not quite what I want in this case. I mean, I could, okay, like I could like, I don't know, using. I could have like a struct binary error type. And then have my structs inside there, right? So like null pointer, just empty. Yeah. Whoops. Null pointer, insufficient memory, out of bounds, file not found, invalid file. This one has a path, I guess. What is it? Let's copy this. Like that. File not open. Invalid file size. Like that, and then I'll do using binary error equals standard variant of like binary error type null pointer, and then so on and so forth. Right? Right, so insufficient memory. Okay, bro. Right? Yeah, I mean that's basically how it works, isn't it? Basically how it works. Yeah. I mean that's it then, and then it makes all of this completely unnecessary. So that's nice. It's just like I just lose the codes. That's the main thing. But I mean I can add it. Like I can't do like I can't like I can't do it on the binary error directly, because it's still a variant. So if I want to add my custom behavior to the variant, I can do that instead. So let's have a look at variant first of all. I assume the implementation is not too crazy. Hash. Oh dear. So like, what I want is to have access to the visitor pattern. Index valueless by exception, and place swap visit. Whoops. It's a union. The code needs to be different depending on the struct. It'd be useful if I could specify that all the structs must contain this method, and therefore that method should be callable from the variant object. That would be useful. But how do I do that? I don't know. Oh well. So alternatively, I can just do... Hold on. Is type safe? What? Why is get a non-member function? That's weird. That's actually really weird. What? That's so strange. And it throws. Okay, so it throws if it's invalid. Yeah, so I really can't do that, can I? I guess I'd be better off defining my own custom then. Otherwise, I can't really have codes. Like, I can't check what the code is. Or I guess I could just wrap the variant as well in a class instead. Yeah. It's an idea, but then I don't know how I can like visit it. I could build the visit function inside. I have an idea. Let's do this. Move the variant into the class. Give it a name. Okay. Default constructor, whatever. It has these, but they're in the same class, so I no longer need to do this. And then I can have the other information there. So then I just need to have a way to access the variant. The main thing is a visitor, right? So if I go back here, I have standard visit. But alternatively, I can just create my own visit function inside that returns... Which one's what? Oh, it depends what you want, I guess. How strange. Whatever, it's like, it'd be a visit function. It would take in whatever, and then it would return whatever. But it would just call standard visit, basically. That's what it would do. It would call standard visit with overloaded I don't know, like whatever that is what it would do on itself, so on the variant, and that's what it would do, and it would just return that. Yeah, does this even work? Like, does this low-key work? Because like it can infer what foo is? Probably not. So then I'd have that. So then rather than do standard visit like this, you would just do error.visit. And then you wouldn't need to have this here, and everything else would be the same. So it'd be like this. And then if you want to, you can get error.code, right, through here, because I can make code part of the class. Now code would not be an enum, it'd be, hold on, these need to all contain code. And this doesn't know what it is. I mean, I can access it by even so, how do I get them? I might have to just do a union. I guess it works decently well. Oh, but then like, how do you construct errors? You just construct it and then assign it, I guess. But then like, you need to be able to do that. Like, you need to have constructors set up for all the possible ones, because I don't think it would just automatically work. So like, it is a lot more verbose as well. Man, this is tough. Like, it's not straightforward. Let me consult Claude. I like the idea of standard variant, but it seems quite limited. What if I want to also have an error code as part of the class? Or if I want to give each struct a toString method that can be called regardless of knowing what type it is. Yeah, okay, so these derive. Okay, I thought so. But you have to use a pointer. Okay, so that or this. Oh, make it outside. Generic lambda. Okay, smart. Virtual types can't be stored by value. Okay, I could do that. It's obviously not ideal, but literally what else would I do? Okay, so it'd be like this. uint 32t. Standard, whatever, no difference there, really, but xfbin error 2, well, this is binary error, isn't it? Binary error to code. Oh my god. Yeah. And then just have to pass in binary error. And have a visitor pattern here. That does that. Okay. It should be so much easier though if I could just wrap this variant in a class, like inside the same class as all of these, so they share the same namespace. But if I do wrap the variants in my own in a class, in a foo error class, how do I wrap it properly? Okay, so you don't have to create a constructor for each one. It can infer it. That's useful. What's this? Code 4. Nah, don't need that. Unaccepted, xfbin error, invalid magic error. Can I just give it an invalid magic error directly? Probably, because it would call the constructor implicitly. Okay, let's do this then. Let's do this. So, yeah, let's actually revert my changes. Just delete this and paste it here. These are our structs, they're all public. I'll make this a class again. Instead of this, we'll just define the variant and call it variant, probably a fitting name. Hold on. Using variant equals this. Well, I guess you can if you want to, you don't need to. Then just remove these. It's probably a better way to do this, but whatever. And then this can now be made part of this instead. I mean, that's the main thing. So now I can just do to code. Right? Or like into code. And I don't need this. And then I put the visitor there. Yeah, that works. And then I call it here, right? So if, like, for null pointer, for instance, have a method to code, so literally uint32 to code, or into code, sorry. We just return 0. And then same for all of these. And then here, all we would do is what it says here, where we simply, for God's sake, we return a standard visit with an empty lambda. Not empty, but like one that basically just forwards, right? So it's just a const auto. Do I need the reference symbol? I guess I do. E for error, to error, and then return error.toString. This is code, right? So do into code. Into versus to string, into string. I'll use to. It's more idiomatic for C++. Yeah. So to code or not to code. That is the question. And error. Right. Okay. And then same thing here, just change that. Make that standard. Okay. And then exact same thing for toString. Literally just forward it. So the only thing is now, like, these need to be enforced. Like, they need to have to code into string. But the only way I could do that is if I derive from some class, I guess. I don't know. This is such a weird language, man. I'll just do this. So to string. I could probably return string view here, because it is a string literal. Mind you, it's not always a string literal, so I'll do string to be safe. And this is the wrong return type, because like I may want to construct a string using format, for instance, or like really like for anything. If I'm encoding data, it won't be compile time. So you send a string here. That means I need to include string and also standard C standard int, and also variant, of course. And I think visits is part of that, so I think that should be everything. Nice. Yep. So, I mean, I have it here, don't I? Pointer argument is null and cannot be used. It's like, let's say I take this. Y boom boom boom. Bada bing bang bong bang bing bang dun dun. Right? that is that. Just expand this, takes a bit of space. But like that is basically it. In fact, this uses a function. I could also just do .code if it's like static, right? Like string has to be a function because it can be dynamic, but code is just a code. So can I just do this? And static, const, I guess. Is that legal? That is legal, yeah. Yep. Same thing here, static. Yeah, that should work. I will check with Kojo just to make sure. Validation from Pappy. Oh, okay. Nice. So it won't compile. That's good. That's good. Okay, so the compiler actually makes sure that these functions and members are present. So that's really important. I'm glad. This should be variant. Of course. Oh yes, octal. So annoying how that happens. Const. I guess. Okay. Yeah, it needs to make this public, of course. Are there even any private things here? Not really. I could just make it a struct, honestly. I think I will. Yeah. Okay, so it being type safe really is a good thing. Code to string, that's fine. Make it const, I guess. Here, because it doesn't affect anything. I mean, it's static though, isn't it? Like, is that not a given? Oh, right. Wrong one. For God's sake. Down here. Yeah, these are const. Just not static. Yeah, okay. Looks good. So if I try to compile this... Well, I'm not even including it, am I? So let me include it as well. Well, no, it is included. I assume. Yep. So if I try to cmake build this... Not directory. Okay, what's my status here? Okay, I'm not finished yet, so I'll just leave that for now. Do I have a build folder? I don't. Okay then, cmake dot setup. Looks good. Make build target binary. Where? So this needs to have a make file. Cmake cache.txt as well. Cmake cache. And cmake install. do it here actually. Yeah. CMake install.cmake. CMake files I think as well. I don't want. Actually, I'll just copy these. There's also a test folder. I should remove that, but leave it for now. Okay. Where's it building to? I mean, granted, there's nothing to build. I just to make sure that it actually works. Build target binary. Again, like where? Is it makefile? Is that a binary? No. CMake files. I don't know. Let's make a directory build and CMake build. Missing CMake cache. Yeah, so how do I do it? It's like I can't just CMake builds. CMake dot, but like that should create the file. Oh my days, can't remember this. This one. Oh, that's right. So I need to make it and then go into it. And then CMake dot. But there's no files inside? Bro, what? Maybe it works though. Then go out, so cd dot. And then CMake build. Missing MK cache. Well, I'm aware. But make doesn't do anything. So what's going on here? Very confused right now. Should I delete the cache? I'll delete the cache and the make file. And I'll also delete this, I guess. I don't know, just delete all of it actually. Try again. So go there, doesn't exist. Okay, so erase it. So go into builds, it's empty. CMake dot. Okay, now there are files inside. So then go out. Okay, clear. CMake builds inside the build folder. Okay, apparently it's built. So but does that mean there are no errors? Like at all? It's a bit fishy. Let's say like I make a mistake. Like, oop, I forgot to do that. Does it still build? Yes. Yeah, that's not right. Why not? Why is it not doing that? List of txt. That's correct. Why is nothing actually building? This is my file. When I run cmake builds, it just says, oops, built. Target binary without reporting errors or anything. Okay. Yeah, so I need to actually have like a test file. Okay then. So I'll create a test folder, I guess, and let it be. So test main or CDP, I guess, whatever. Include Kojo /binary.hpp and just have an empty function, just to make sure like it actually compiles in the first place, you know what I mean? Yeah, that'll do. Then in the here, I need to just uncomment this as well. Nil, great, thank you for not working. What even is this file type? I don't know. Anyway, that should work now. Nice. No such file or directory. Kojo /binary /detail /error. Why is that? Do I need to list it more? Seems so. Nope. Kojo binary detail error was this. So this is in binary.hpp. Yeah, binary detail error.hpp. That's correct. Kojo binary detail. Yeah. So why is there no such directory? Oh wait. What the hell? How'd that happen? Okay. Wait, so do I need to still like mention that in my CMake files? Like if I just remove this, will it still work? Bloody hell. Just expand this. God, there's too much errors. I actually can't see it. Okay. Is it the highest I can go? Nah, that's actually messed up. Bro, there's no way. I can't even see the full error. Yo, C++ is... These error messages are just out of hand. Okay. I don't know why I closed it. I'm gonna open this in a different... in my monitor thing, bro. Okay. It says redefinition of the class, of course, but it is recognizing it, so that's good. Okay, that's good. So clear that. Let's go to my error thingy, which I definitely did not have hooked. What the hell? Down here. Yeah, so I'll just port these, I guess. Or else I will forget them. Yeah, delete this. Delete all this stuff as well. And if, yeah. Yeah. In fact, I can have this exposed, can't I? See what errors that gives me. Yo. Calm down, bro. Why is it still going? Okay, let's just stop it there. Is it like a recursive error here? I don't know what's going on there. I'm just gonna fix this. In fact, let me just do this first and just remove these and see what happens. That's crazy. Why is it doing that? Also, I forgot to give the constructor for this, but I'll do that later. Nah, what the hell? Okay, let me just do this. And then let me just like quickly exit as soon as it goes crazy. Boom, okay. What's going on? In file from algorithm, Kojo binary HTTP 6 is scalar. Okay, I don't understand. From the 6th line in algorithm, there's an error. Yo. So there's an error from algorithm. Why? Why is it causing an error on its own accord here? That's really weird. What the fuck? Bro, can I just get like normal errors, please? I want C++ 23. I don't know why it wouldn't work. Was it working before? I can't remember. Ah, what the fuck? Why is it doing that? Okay, let me try removing algorithm first. Like just to see that at least like just gets rid of the error, the crazy error. It does, right? Yeah, so no matching function call for toString. That's correct. So it's telling me that I'm missing the things there. So let me just add those. I also add back algorithm temporarily, but let's do this then. So for insufficient memory, it's just going to be this code 1. I mean, I'll change these codes anyway. They're contemporary. Also, yeah, they're using octal when they shouldn't be. I guess it actually works fine. It's just a bit weird. Okay. Do the strings afterwards, whatever. Right, so do that. Whoops. I'll probably just copy again, right? Boom, 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 boom. F1. Does that copy that now? No, okay, it doesn't. That's good. Here as well. This is code 3 for now. Man, that's so weird though. Like 101. Wait, no, how's it work? 0x00. Like if it starts with 0, it goes octal mode. Can I circumvent that? Probably not. It's not worth it anyway. It's fine. Invalid file. Whatever, bro. File not open. Whoops. Add invalid file size. Okay. And then the codes you want are here. Right. Code 0. Well, yeah, Yeah, it should be actually. I don't know why this starts at 1, but this starts at 100. That doesn't make sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I go to official live, go ahead and copy this to my clipboard, because why not? I need something to copy it to. I can't remember the other ones right now. CI boom. Boom, boom, boom. Wait, never mind. I can just do this. File could not be found in specified path. Are these even in the right order right now? File not found. Oh, I skipped one. Whoops. What the hell? Oh. Okay. Sorry, I got a bit of a Vim freeze there. Invalid file, this one, I guess. File not open. And invalid file size. It's the last one. For whatever reason it says. So 100, 101, 103 from file not exist. Okay. So instead of 3, whoopsie daisy. Well, no, because it goes 1 to, wait, what? Is this a 0? Yeah, that's correct. 0, 1, 2, then 101, 102. I went way further than I thought. 103 and 104. Is that correct? No, I skipped. Oh my god, I skipped fucking. Yep. Okay. So now they all have those methods, so that should compile fine. But I'm gonna get that other thing, aren't I? Yeah, I don't know why it's tweaking like that. Let me just again remove algorithms, or at least comment it out. Whoops. See what happens now. Still get a lot of errors. It's interesting. Okay, well there are different errors at least. Man, I need it to not just like spam me. It's way too much. What's this? Binary. Okay, so line 62 expected a semicolon. What? It wanted a semicolon here. So I must have some other kind of mistake somewhere. I don't know what's going on. Is this failing because of this import maybe? And like that's why yeah, that makes sense, right? Like I assume the algorithm import's failing because include is just copy paste in C++. So if it's failing, it's probably because the thing before it is screwing it up. So let's go back to this. So what's actually going on here? We're including cscdent, including these things. Then we're namespacing this. Oh, it's probably because of the namespace is not closed. Yep. That will exactly be it. Okay. Dude, I love C++. Like, it just doesn't tell you at all. Good. Okay, we got less errors that time. Hold on. How do I... with zsh/kitty, how do I clear the terminal and its history? Control L to clear. Okay, I totally forgot to research this. You can Control L to clear. Let me go back here, please. Oh, that's huge. That's huge, bro. Because I keep typing C, but Control L. Okay, I need to remember that. I assume that works just in general for the terminal. And visual history. Bruh. Control Shift Delete. Control. Where's delete? Here. So now can I scroll up? I can't. Cool. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. I could bake it in to the actual command, I guess. Should I do that? I think I will. So let me go out real quick. Take a little detour. We're gonna go to my where do I put this? So cd no nvim dot this thing. Find my C command. Where are my keybinds? Somewhere else. My config somewhere. Cd config. Read that thing. Nothing for ZH. Quick shell kitty. Maybe it's in kitty. No. Where is it then? Is it in? It's probably an oh my sh. Right. Yep. So custom, and I want to edit aliases here. So that's C to clear. Let's change this. Instead, clear, and this command. I guess. Does that work? I don't know. Yeah. Echo, hello. If I clear now, it has no history. Seems to work. So let's close this. Yes. Okay. So now if I try to errors here, so if I try to cmake build, oh, for God's sake. Good. If I try to cmake build, I get a bunch of errors, but a lot more manageable now. Okay, so what's wrong? Error was not declared in this scope in binary HTTP. Okay, why did I even call it that? So let's update this then. What line? 48. No, 110. Wait, what? Where? Oh, that's a different error. That's npos. No, let's go up here. Line 187. Yeah, so it should be binary error. All of these should be binary error. Binary error. Oh boy, it's probably a lot here for like that. So let's just replace across all the thing. Ooh, that's how I do this. Like this. If I have the hair off my keyboard, standard expected binary error, replace with standard expected binary error. Okay, that's the first thing. Oh, okay, it's showing the history again. I don't know why. Echo hello. Like C should completely clear it, but it's not. I wonder why that is. Let me close the terminal. If I like I can't scroll back then, but I can otherwise. Like what's going on with that? CMake build. clear. Okay, now I can scroll up. Supposedly. Try again. Okay. No storage, right? Because it's not called that anymore. I think. Right? Where's storage? Yeah, I just forgot to update this, I guess. Look for other instances here. Okay, so just any, God, any anything actually should just be removed. But let's have a look anyway. Storage, just place it in storage. I didn't actually do the command. Haha, hilarious. Okay, that was 25 substitutions. I assume the same as true for pause. Yep. So any, I don't know why I didn't just do it, but whatever. Any pause should be just be pause. 42 lines, okay. That should whistle it down even more now. M storage where? I thought I just replaced those. There should be no more M storage. Okay. Util byte swap line 124 here, right? This should use standard byte swap. Should be available now. Forget what header it's actually in. But it is a C++ 23 feature. Is it 23 or is it 20? No, I think it's 23. For some reason, it's like missing on certain installs of GCC. It's really annoying. But it's surely on this one. Can't believe it took so long to get this function, by the way. It's actually ridiculous. Like low-level programming, yeah, it doesn't have byte swapping built in, like we did as. Yeah, okay, so it's in bit. So I'll just clear that. Is this in the right? Yeah, this is the right one. Okay. Again with error. Okay, so now we have the error handling, which I need to fix completely. So how do I do this then? So if I can return a binary error, would I just do, first of all do this, so it's an out of bounds error. So would I just do binary error out of bounds? And it's just an empty object, right? Will that fix that error? So this is 190, let's see what it does with that. Bro, how's this still an MPOS? What's going on? Okay. What's wrong here? What I get? It wants an what? Cannot convert from this to this. Why not? Oh, because it doesn't derive from the class. Yeah, also I need a constructor, I just realized. So let me go back and add the constructor, which Claude did actually give me. I just kind of ignored it for some reason. Here. Right. I need this constructor, which is templated. I didn't really know you could do that. Explicit. What is it? What is it? I mean, I can imagine what it does, but I kind of forget. Explicit keyword. What? Specifies that a constructor is explicit, that is, it cannot be used for implicit conversions. Why would I want it to be explicit? I'll just skip that for now, because I don't see a reason to make it explicit, but like I want it to be implicit, let alone I don't see a reason, like it needs to be implicit. So I'll just have that. Also, I should probably put these structs below. Ooh, although I might have like definition errors. Okay, fine, whatever. So, what's the code here? It's a template, obviously. Yeah. Oops. So it's an error, which takes what, t fucking t r value. Give it a name, of course. Okay, so it's empty contents. It just forwards, I guess, or something. What's it do? Code 4. Oh, that's for the code though. It's the inner I need. So ignore the code. Inner. It takes a standard forward, forwarding the arguments. T error. Okay. Oh right, because like the error is the thing inside. Okay, fine. Let's build. See if that fixes our initial bug. Alright, inner isn't defined. Yeah, inner isn't defined. Should be called variant. Expected constructor, destructor, or type conversion before variant. Alright, I need to fucking this thing. Oh, I'm like throwing like IRL. It's crazy. ISO forbids declaration of estimate error with no type. What? Oh, wrong name. Man. Okay, let me just read it. Binary error, T error, that fact, yeah, variant is a name, is an error there, okay. That's fine. T, I could like E, but that's fine. Okay, that should work. Let me actually use my brain. Okay, that works. In file, min cpp1, function. What's wrong here? Okay, so does that work then? I think it worked. I hope it works because I'm not seeing any errors, and I kind of need to know. So this is, yeah. So it's not raising any issues here. It's only raising issues here, right? So same thing, I guess. For file not exist, just do binary error. So boom. How did I get there? What? Oh, I know why. Yep. Okay, wrong thing. Binary error. Was it file not exist? Empty constructor. Actually add some spacing here just because it's a bit hard to read. Do I even need this? Default constructor? Yeah, surely. I don't know why that looks weird to me. It's totally correct. Okay, CI boom as well. Binary error. This one's invalid file. And this one is... what was it? File not open. Okay, so that should resolve a few errors there, just like a test. I do need to change some of these constructors so they actually take in values, but file not exist is not a member. Right, it's file not found. Nice. Okay, so it actually told me that it doesn't exist, which is perfect. That kind of proves that it actually works. Try again. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna flesh out these errors more later, but for now I'll just resolve these. So binary error. Actually, should we do autocomplete? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, undo. Undo. Okay. Binary error. Insufficient memory. There we go. Null pointer. Psst, seriously. Yeah, sorry. Where else? 264. Okay, keep looking for more. Was that it? These errors need to be changed. But that might actually just work already. Oh my god, what happened? God damn, this okay, this code is in need of quite the rework. So build that. The thing is, like, I've been trying to like refactor this thing for ages, but it's just it's like, sorry, it's 24 o'clock. It's a bit thrown off. It's just the error handling has been the biggest obstacle. So now that I can finally nail this, it'd be very important. Oh my god, bro! I'm just pressing random buttons. Stop! What did I do? Oh, I changed files. What? 312. Yeah, it should be a binary. Like so. Bro, how do I solve MPOS? I swear I changed all of those. What's slash m? Bro, what? Slash search. Did I not replace those? I'm tripping, bro. Okay. Binary view should have a different name. I guess I haven't changed that one yet. Did I change this one? I did. Okay. I really thought I changed more than I did. What the fuck? What am I doing? My fingers are just fumbling. The hard part about NeoVim is that if you mess up a keybind, some like random thing can happen, and then you have to like reorient yourself. Not so fun. Okay, very few errors now. 345. There's no data. I think it's get data. And should be get size as well. Okay. And 373 returns a binary. Capital B. Is that it? Wow, it compiled. That's huge. So we're going to git add all, git commits, refactor errors, refactor error handling. Push that. Clear that. So now it's time to break the code again. Yep. So here's the error file. I mean, the first thing is just to actually like flesh out these errors, but my god. Sorry, it's been like almost 4 hours straight recording. Bro, it's like God wants me to not speak. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, yeah, laugh it up. Laugh it up. So what I'll do is, there we go. What I'll do is well actually, yeah. So I mean, these work. They just need refactoring to work better. Oh, I like that. The LSP is LSPing or whatever. Ooh, don't like that actually. That I'm not a fan of. Let me add these. I think that's correct. I mean, like, correct for what purpose you might be asking, but whatever. Add stir and SV type abbreviations. Sorry, that wasn't even important. The important thing is refactoring this properly. So like these are renamed. Binary view needs refactoring like majorly because its name is wrong and everything. And yep, so I'll do that. The actual like data here is fine. I was thinking about moving all this into source files, wasn't I? Yeah, I just haven't really done it for some reason. How the hell does this compile? What? Why is this compiling? Oh, because it's not finding the source files. Okay, I need to fix that as well. CMake lists. Tell me what to do. Yeah, because I got source files that need to be added. So let me also do those right now. PV back CMake lists. There you go. So above add library. Well, I need sources. So set variable sources source slash xfbin.cpp binary cpp. My brain's bugging, bruh. Is that it? Also error is there for some reason. Okay, we're going to delete this file because I'm no longer using it. Oh my god, exceptions. Okay, let's delete that. Oh fuck, no, wrong one, wrong file. Fuck. Can I undo that? Fuck. How do I Control Z? Bro. There probably isn't a trash either. If I delete a file in NeoVim, can I recover it? Actually, fine. It doesn't matter. Okay, bro. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, let me just. Right, let's copy this. I mean, it wouldn't have been a huge loss anyway, but chat, this is why we version control. At least partly why we version control. Can I get the right thing? Oh my days. I'm fumbling so hard, bro. Okay, binary.hpp. Control V. Thank you. We're so back. We are so back. Okay, let's quit. Don't want me to quit actually. For God's sake. Delete this one. Go back. Fuck it. Just do this and CMake lists. Okay. So that's my only source right now. That's all I wanted to do. Okay. Yeah, so I got this. Is that it? This is public. Mine's interface. I don't know why mine's interface. Like, what difference that makes. I also don't know why the syntax highlighting is different. I guess I do static then. Static sources. What the hell, bro? Okay. That works, right? I think so. So let's try compiling this now in CMake. I should get errors just for that thingy. Can I find source file source/binary.cpp? Well, probably because I called it the wrong fucking thing. Yep. Yo, I'm just the goat. The goat. Okay, there we go. Message file directory. Well, shit. How do I get it then? Literally, how do I get it? Is it just the wrong directory? It's include / Kojo. Yeah, so that should work. Oh, public. Can't fucking spot the difference. Nice. Okay, that works. We're all set up now. Okay, so I'm gonna take a piss, but when I come back, I'm going to continue refactoring and just make sure it works. Okay. Hold on, before that actually, git commit. No, don't do that. Git add, git commit. Add C++ source files to cmake push. Okay. Why am I even wearing headphones, bro? I have nothing playing in my ears right now. Anyway, enough deep questions. So, yeah, so I need to move all these function definitions to a different file. I'll do that. Also, ooh. No, fuck that. Never mind. Forget what I was even thinking of saying. So I need to also... I kind of want to separate binary view into a different file just so it's easier to fucking see, but whatever. Binary views here. We're going to rename... Actually, we're going to rename all instances of binary view to binary view. I know, I'm crazy. What? Oh, I know what happened. I need to do G to match all lines as well. Okay, now it works. Yep. So likewise, any mention of M address, just change to address, and same for pos as well. Any mention of pos. Okay. Cool. So also mn, I guess. Okay. Why do I have not address? What? I'm gonna assume that was just one fluke, and I've now just messed up everything. Whatever. Right. So from what's my code? Wrong thing. This binary from path. Okay, so from path, but I don't have an implementation for span, apparently. Don't know why I don't, but okay. Yep, so all of these are different errors that can happen. Yep, then same thing again. Auto bind. Okay, actually I'll just copy it from the file. Auto boom, 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 boom. No discard is not valid, neither is static. Auto from, put it there. Actually no, put it there. Where's it here? It's there. Auto binary, right? I just need to prefix the name. I'm just mumbling at this point. Binary from, have the span there. Spandex. And then open this up. Okay. Just create a result like this. Oh my god, bruh. Binary results. Return result at the end. Okay. Yep. Just make sure I don't have any like code here already for it. Maybe that's wishful thinking. No, it's not. It's listed right here. So load byte stream. Just copy this code. And use that. So copy that into here. Yep. Format this code. Right, so if not byte stream, that would be a thingy. There's no null pointer here, I don't think, because it's a span, so it should be fine. Storage.clear. Well, should be cleared already by default, so I don't think I need to do this. Size equals 0. Return. There's no size. Storage.resize size, right? So storage.resize span.size, and then memcopy into wait, where's storage? It doesn't even exist. So result.storage. Let's start pause. Bro, what? What's even going on here? Start position. I don't have that. Yeah, I don't have that, so just remove that. Just go back to the start. Yeah, do I even need to do that? File.read. I guess so. Okay. Result.storage.data. It's private, but it should still work. Error here, binary error, insufficient memory. This is stream size. Okay, let's just check this. Binary has not been declared. What? Kojo binary HTTP, auto binary from? Yeah, it has. It's like literally right here. Did you mean Kojo binary? Aha, okay. So that's... What? What? It's got an error for some reason. Okay, using namespace Kojo. Declaration outside of class is no definition. Line 5. What? Oh. Okay, that seems to work now. Got the wrong things here. Binary error. What was it? Invalid file. Okay. File not found. Should be path, but just make it empty for now. File not open. Okay. Storage. Yeah, so same thing here, result.storage. That seems to work actually quite fine. Surprised. Size doesn't exist here. Neither does start position, so just remove that. Byte stream. Span.data. Size. Span.size. I'm surprised that had no errors, but okay. Cool. So fix that. No idea if it even works, but hey, let's assume it does. Okay. Cool. So those are those functions. So let me just go through this here, starting with a span. Do that first. Yep, so it just tries to resize. If it doesn't, then there's insufficient memory. So that's the thing. I mean, do I even like catch this error, or do I just let it go? Like, surely for a binary library, I should have errors for like insufficient memory. Otherwise, like if we're at this low level, I might as well. I get if it's just like some like high level library, then don't bother. But this is definitely, I think, what's the word? Justified. Can a mem copy fail? mean, I need to know. Standard memcopy. It does have undefined behavior potentially. Not seeing any exceptions mentioned here, so I guess it's fine. And either way, I shouldn't run out of memory here because I literally copy into the data, which I've just checked is valid, so this should be fine. Yep. So all it does is it just takes the input and then it just copies it. Now keep in mind, this is copying as opposed to moving. You have to wonder if I should be moving instead. But if you want to copy, you can just create a copy, right? Maybe? If I move it, what is storage actually? Is it not a span in of itself? Oh, so much stuff. Why are the functions at the bottom? Storage is a vector. Yeah, of course. So instead of mem copying, I could just move I don't actually know. I mean, I ran this through AI before to like give it like some feedback, and it said that memcopy was the right thing to do here. So I don't actually know. I'm gonna leave it for now. I just needs to work initially, you know. So same thing here. I don't know if seeking to the beginning is necessary, but whatever. What's 0? What does this even do, actually? Seek G. Position. Okay. Okay. Right, that should work then. So as far as as far as errors go, we have insufficient memory. I don't think there's any data to hold there. Like I could give like an address, but I don't know. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So let me, for insufficient memory, we'll have a pointer, so standard byte pointer to, so this should be const once constructed. So I got a standard byte pointer to the address, right? Are these private? No, because they're const. So it's fine. Yeah. So just make a constructor here. Insufficient memory. Default constructor. Delete. Otherwise, just do this. Right? do size as well. Okay, should work. Back here, pass in the thingy. Well, what's the address here? It's where you're allocating to, right? Yeah. So we'll take result.storage.data and span.size, and we'll separate these into their own line. Actually, maybe this is better. So now, right, storage. Huh? Why is it doing that? I don't know. Right, let me try compiling this. Oh, it's fine. Okay, I see. I see, said the blind man. Don't know why the indentation's being funky about that, but okay. What's wrong here? Okay, so I need to pass it to everything. Before I do that, I kind of want to sort this out. Okay. Okay. Wait, I'm not even using this. Let me just delete these functions. Where is this? Span? Oh, right. Just size then. But these error messages are too long, man. It's so annoying. Okay, looks like it compiles now. That's cool. What else then? For file not found? For file not found, it should be giving the path. Like which file's not found, right? That's what we want to know. For invalid file, same thing. Know the path. File not open, same thing. Know the path. Pass it in. Mind you, it is a file. But nah, it should be path. Okay. What else? That's it, okay? So just add those here. These are file-based errors. So file not found equals delete. And then for the actual constructor, taking a path by reference, I guess. Should be underscored. And same for all the other ones. Just replace the found with open. Otherwise, exactly the same. That should work already. What's wrong? I can't use a reference. Discards qualifiers. Make sure these are const. And this shows to be const. Not that matters a whole lot. What's actually going on here? Just disregards qualifiers. Why? Binding reference. So is it just a reference then? Just remove that. I mean, we want to store a copy anyway, so makes sense. We could move it, but I don't want to move it. The array should just contain its own data and not mess with other stuff, other things. Nice, it compiles. So if it compiles, then we can do this now. Hold on. For null pointer, well, it's a null pointer, so don't need to give the address there. That's fine. For this, we'll use standard format. Run out of memory while trying to resize resize? Not necessarily. Run out of memory. From boom to boom, where we have address and size. Right. Bro, what is it indentation doing? Whatever. It's not even necessary there. Yeah, so run out of memory from at with requested size. The address should be in hexadecimal. It's just X. What's the address? It's a byte pointer, so it'll probably be 64-bit. So we'll do 08 X. Should be correct. If not, it will tell me. Anyway. Mine's a cast it. Ooh, what's the pointer type? I don't know, I'll just do 64-bit. The thing is, how do I then support, like, how do I support 32-bit then? Just int. Is int the size of a pointer? Usually it's 32-bit, but uint pointer t. Oh, size t. Right, I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah, size t. Okay. To include format. Can't do that. C++, cast, print address with format. But with standard format. That's C out. I don't want to. Here we go. Reinterpret cast. I don't know why you said a cast. That makes no sense. Should be reinterpret. Hashtag 010x. Why? Even size isn't allowed. Which is weird. What is that? Oh, that's right. Is that it? Okay, great. Yeah, that's a bit silly of me. That should be okay though. Yeah, these are not static. In fact, well, actually too late now, but I can do this. Boom, boom. Yeah, I guess I might as well. Right, so we'll do this. Oh my god. This. Just put a constant there. That's all I wanted to do. Okay. So that works. Try to access data outside of the object. Yikes. Port to your argument is null? Well, it's not necessarily an argument. Man, I don't even know what these mean. Could not find file at path. I'll show this actually. File at this could not be found. Format path. File at same thing. File, well, kind of. Is not a valid file. It may be a directory instead. Could not open file at yep at path invalid file size. When is that even used? Is this writing? Maybe. I don't know. I'm just going to delete the ones I'm not using because I don't really understand. Well, I mean, probably I'm using them though. Invalid file size. No? So, like, what is it? Okay, does this compile? No. Well, I know why it's not. Jesus. 52? Oh, it's a format error. What's wrong? Oh, I can't just do path? Okay. To string then. Is that even a method? String. Okay. God forbid they use good naming schemes. So same for all these, I'm guessing then. Okay, so let me delete this one because I'm not sure when it's even used. See if it exposes itself. It does. Okay, where's that? Oh, okay. Okay, it was indeed unused. Where is out of bounds used? I'm guessing it's like trying to like access a, for God's sake. 193. Here. Operator, right, because you're trying to like use... I assume this is used quite often. It's used once? Really? Okay, fine. Surprising. Okay. So out of bounds. I mean... yeah. Try to access beyond the scope, right? Any useful data here though? I guess you want to know what the position is. Yeah, feed it the position and the size. And then with that data, hold on, const position. Okay. Size. But what we'll do is try to access data at position but data is only bytes. Position size. There you go. So we'll take a const position and a const size. Then we'll just do this. So position takes position and size takes size. Okay. Cool. So I will commit these changes now. Clean up errors and other refactoring. Push. Cool. So that works. Okay. Okay. Okay, what's this? Delete the swap file to avoid this message. Okay. I don't know about that, but okay. Bit dodgy, I guess. Okay. So now that works. Kinda. So now that the errors are set up, granted they're not perfect, but what other errors are there? Doesn't this class still use like its own custom errors? No. Wait, what? The read functions can't error. That's weird. No, they can error. It's peak, like an error. Where's peak? Here. Yeah, out of bounds, exactly. Because they can try reading past. So I do need to refactor binary view. I'm going to start by just moving all these definitions out of the header file. I mean, this can stay, it's fine, but apart from these, well, even then, nah, I should. Those are fine. All these write methods should be moved though. Okay. What? Okay. Yeah, so I'll just copy all these. And how do we do this? Oh no, if they're templated, I can't actually. I can't define them externally if they're templated, which is really annoying. Mind you, these shouldn't be templated anyway though. It's just the integral that is. Okay, I'll leave those for now. God, actually, a lot of these are fucking thingied. Okay, fine, whatever then. Those are fine. Yeah, okay. It's a bit tedious, but I can do it. Oh my god, bro. What? Why is this marked no accept? just realized. I don't know why I have that like that. const expert. Okay. So I should be able to just remove all these now. See if that compiles. Fuck's sake. Oh, I did the const. Okay. Okay, so get size is const, get storage is const, get data is const, all these are const. Ooh, get position is const. That's not. That is. Warning, it compiles out. No accept. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to use no accept for like literally everything. You know what I mean? Like I guess you would do no accept on everything, but like what? When to use no accept? It optimizes performance. Okay, I just wouldn't use no accept unless it's like relevant. I don't know why I even use it here. I guess because it's like this would cause an exception, but I'm catching it. So like I'm preventing it from happening, and therefore it can't throw an exception. I guess that's why. It makes sense to mark it here. So okay, wait, that compiles now. So let's move some methods definitions to CPP file. Okay. What else we got then? Yeah, so just delete this. If you're wondering why I'm not giving these names like reading, it's because I think it's kind of self-explanatory, and yeah, like storage is so ambiguous anyway. Like it's just don't even bother. Just let it speak for itself. So these are annoying. Yeah, so this should just be string view. If you pass a string, then you know you're gonna write that, right? So that's fine. Standard byte, also fine. It's just the integral that doesn't work and needs to be and can't be put in a file. What? Okay, so these are just warnings. ISO says these are ambiguous, even though the worst conversion for the first is better than the worst conversion for the second. What? $87. What? Why is it ambiguous? Just actual length. Actual length is size T. Well, what's ambiguous about it? It's conversion. What's pos? Pos is also size T, I think. Maybe it's not though, because padding is size T. What's pos then? For fuck's sake. It's a stream pause. Okay. Nah, it's for a file. So this should just be size T. Honestly. Just causes fucking type headaches. Type conversion headaches. No warning now. I don't know why there wasn't a warning before. Only after I removed the template, but okay. Sure. These can be moved now. Should be it. Default argument. Oh, that's right. Where's it a problem? In the CPP file. So the CPP file can't include the default argument. That's correct. So just leave it there. What I don't get is why it causes so much like all of this, man, for one error is crazy. I mean, I get why, which is technologically speaking, it's hard to get rid of those errors and make them simpler. But it's just like it's just annoying, man. Another reason why Rust is low-key better. All size T should be standard size T. I'm a bit inconsistent with that sometimes if I forget, but otherwise I try to use that. Okay. I mean, I don't need to build that, but whatever. What else can I move? So I can't move this because it's a template. Stream offset, value size of T. Right, make me this size T, please. I assume that works. And can I move? Can templated functions in classes be moved into CPP files at all? Like definitions? No, not really. One exception. Oh boy. TPP? What? Oh. That's interesting, isn't it? Oh, but no, that's for a templated class. Jesus Christ. Okay, so this works. Should I do that? Probably not, to be fair. Because like it just like fragments my code to the point where I can't even find it anymore. So I'm just gonna leave that as it is. But yeah, it's just an unfortunate technical limitation. Alright, dump file though, that can be moved for sure. This cannot. Cool. Anyway, so now it's just easier to visually go through this file. Awesome. I mean, like, look at how, you know, much shorter this is now. And look how long this file is. Just like to show you, okay, just to show you how full it was. Can I switch? Like, I had to scroll through all of this. Ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. I mean, it's not that crazy, but still. It is nice. Okay. Let's see if it compiles. Okay, so we're gonna commit here. Move all binary methods that can be moved to a CPP file. Done. Nice. And then for binary review, we need to do the same. But binary review has other issues as well that needs to be addressed. What's the order of this? This should be first. Loki in reverse. Okay. What's this load function here? Right, so you can call load afterwards. Makes sense. Again, the order is just off. Should really have these ones first because they're the preferred methods. Is binary a span? No. Either way, just no. it won't implicitly convert. Right, so these are load functions. Yeah. That's fine. Remove these. Take these. Yank them into a new file. This will be binary view.cpp. Just a bit of separation. Hashtag include kojo/binary.hpp. Go ahead and paste everything. Nice. Need to prefix everything now with this. Just do that first of all. Do that first of all. Okay. Ah, so annoying. What? How do you paste before? Shift P. Okay. How'd I never know that, or think to try that until now? Okay. That's everything. I need to also remove the implicit arguments, whatever they're called. Default arguments. Okay. Right. Looks good to me. So I can go back to this file and just delete all these definitions. Right. Okay. Completion check. I need to include it. Also, that's going to cause errors. But first of all, I should get... Okay, it doesn't even care, I guess. Alright, because it doesn't expect them to be defined until I use them. So let's go to CMake lists. Make sure we include binary view.cpp. Very important. And go back. Now these errors are not going to be correct, so this should be a binary error. Out of bounds, so we'll do this. Taking the position and if exceeded size, interesting. Storage.size, I assume. Or whatever it's called internally. Address. Right. It's address plus target position. Okay. God, so many functions. So address plus position, right? That's a size t, I think. No, it's not. So I need to reinterpret cast. Oh no. The size. No, I'm wrong. Sorry. It's the size is end minus address, and that should give me a pointer difference, which should be able to convert to a size implicitly. Should be fine. If not, I'll fix it later. Then we got this. Exact same thing actually. Well, here's called target pause, I guess. That's the only difference. There's gonna be a lot of these, aren't there? Yep. Like a lot of them. Okay. I think that's the last one. right, they still expect error. Let's search for error. Oh my god. How many are there? Let me... Okay. I'll copy this to my clipboard. No, but like... Where do I copy this? Register... It's just like this, this. Oh, whoops. Okay, so next, VWP. Okay, then next, this will be an error, so I need to VW, boom, boom. Sorry, select it, and then get this one register and paste. There we go. Same thing. Could probably just make a fucking keybind for this somehow, but that'll probably just take more time, honestly. Could also just replace, right, like this. Just do that, and then go next, up, next. Oh, that's better, yeah. Up, and then just repeat the last command. There's probably another keybind to just repeat the last command, but oh well. Yep, that should be all of them. It is indeed. And let me also fix these things. Don't know why it's not being auto indented. By the way, I watched a video. I mean, it's not really news to me, but I definitely want to, well, the video suggested reading other people's code more often, which is something I definitely want to start doing. But it's just a question of like which code base do you even use, you know? Okay, this was actually problematic. What's wrong? It's a narrowing, right? From longs int to size t. Is it a narrowing? A long int is 64-bit. Size t should also be. Hold on. A long int. It's annoying. So stream pause should be size t, not that. Oh man. So is that now an error for like everything? Yeah, it would be. Should probably just simplify this to be fair. Is it not a get size, actually, this whole time? No, just get pause. Just do a get size function. Return end minus start. Well, no, that's address though. Huh, I guess you don't actually know what the size is, do you? All you know is that it's exceeded out of bounds. Yeah. Okay. New plan. We'll need to change the error. So instead of out of bounds, this should be exceeded size, or even size exceeded. Because that's different. And then I'll have another one for exceeding bounds, where bounds is the final pointer. So that'd be well, it's out of bounds, right? Give this a code of 3, I guess. Nope. Try to access data at address boom boom, but upper bound, but data ends at address boom boom. Hate how it goes over the edge there. And they have access address and data end. Can change these names later. This will actually take 2 pointers, so byte pointer okay. So it does mean I need to update everything. Actually, though, this is fine. Well, it's not fine. So instead of position, it would be address plus position. Wait, address is static, isn't it? Hold on, when I read, well, no, address is constant. So actually, I could have done end minus address. Ah, fuck. Well, either way, this makes more sense. So just do address. Well, would you address plus pause? I guess makes sense. And then just end. And we're going to do that. And then here, I think we have one out of bounds error. Here, this will be size exceeded. Okay. Jesus. Right, I can't format these directly. But it's such a big error just to say that I'm missing the thing in the variant. It's actually insane. Like, I can see why they hesitate to add more features, because you add a feature and like like just to get it even supported by like the actual language, what is all this for like one error? Like, you did ask. At least I assume it was one error. Yeah, it was. Like, what the hell, man? It wasn't. Got jump scared. Or is it, okay, this is different anyway. Binary view does not name a type. Are we serious? It kind of does. Line 3, it says binary view does not name a type. Do I have to like refresh my CMake or something? No. No, that's fine. It's weird. Why is it not a type? Might be something else causing it. Nope. We did ask why. I've said like we did ask like 10 times now, bro. How's it not declared? Kojo, that's why. I mean, again, dude, like, just like the amount of knowledge you need to have to catch these kind of errors is just insane. You know, not to clap myself on the back, but Jesus Christ, someone else would really struggle. Okay, commit. Move some binary view stuff. TCP file. Okay. And let's finish up. Finish what we started. Interesting. Okay. So this can be moved. The thing underneath it can't. Touché. Do I keep context blur? I think I do. Let's check that. Yeah, I do. Okay. Sick. Can't do anything about that. In fact, can't do anything about all of these. Which is tragic. I do need to revisit this syntax, but yeah, I think the templates have to be a thing. These don't though. Check for default arguments. Looks good. Could totally just get, and by the way, like I could totally just get like an AI to do this, this tedious stuff, which is just copying stuff over. But I only realize this now, of course. Oh well. In a way, it's somewhat therapeutic. Although it is kind of annoying as well. And that is done. Yes, again, can't do anything about these, but okay, just change anyway, right? Let me know. Compile. Okay. So yeah, that's really most of the refactoring, really. The main thing was just changing the constructors and everything around. Now that that's done, there's not too much left, I don't think. Like the actual like library itself was already implemented fine. I could probably make it more optimal in some ways, but you know, the main thing is just the interface. So the main thing I really need to nail down now are the errors, which I'll do in a future session. It's now been 5.5 hours, so I think it's a good time to stop. So move from remaining binary view methods to CVP definition file or implementation file, whatever. Push. Yep. So that's up to date. We'll just close this. Probably should have checked actually for thingies, but alright. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I'll be returning to this later. I don't know how much later, but hopefully not too later. I want to finish that and then get back to the exit bin library because I really want to progress with this, especially because once I finish the xfbin library stuff, I'll be able to continue with making my modding tools. And one thing I want to work on is Qt, like the GUI thing, Qt, whatever you want to call it, Qt, the Qt toolbox for ASPR, because there are many like in Python, C#, but there aren't any in C++. I would like to do Rust, but well, the I think C++ is better right now in terms of just like longevity. I mean, not longevity, but like in terms of like accessibility. It's just the better language for modding at the moment until Rust becomes more mainstream. Anyway, my project's no longer 11% CMake. That's great. But cool. Check my commit history. Yikes, 9 contributions today. That's great. Granted, it was kind of split across yesterday. I had 18. Yeah, issue with having the bot do daily thingies is that it makes all your other contributions look like nothing. But oh well. Yeah, cool. Oh yeah, these are working again. Finally. I'm a rainbow language user. Let's go. Fucking 19 points? What languages do I use? I've got C++, Lua, QML, HTML, doesn't really count but sure, Rust, OCaml, Haskell, CSS, Java, Assembly, C, GDScript, VimScript, C#, JavaScript, and Python. For Python I have like nothing, like just literally a number guesser. Hey, but it still counts, doesn't it? A Python number guesser. What was the goal here? Just to learn a bit of Python? I guess so. It was legit though, not AI generated. VimScript? Did I fork something? I forked NeoVim. Why? Why did I fork this? What? I don't like. Was I trying to fix something? I don't know why I forked that. But okay. But yeah, I guess that is a lot of languages. Repository 76. God's repo creator. To be fair, 76 is a lot. I mean, it should be 80, but whatever. I guess 4 forks, right? But yeah, it is a lot, isn't it? Type forks. Yeah, I have more than 4 forks. Although some I've edited, some I haven't. I think. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, 80 is a lot. But I don't try to create loads of projects. Like I just do. I don't know why other people don't have more. Like I literally just post like these are legit projects. Oh, I guess I have some private ones too. Yeah, so these 4 are private, that's why. I need to update these actually. Okay. 1.5 thousand commits. S tier apparently. Experienced dev, what does that mean? Stars 41. Like stars on my things? Must be. And then 23 followers? Do I? Yeah, I do. Hello. Look at that. Anyway. Awesome. Well, that's that. Go back, please. Yeah, enough. Anyway, great progress. More progress coming soon.